Hi, hi.
Oh my god, JVP, please.
Hello, hi. Why is my thing before that? But you, no, yeah. That, I'm okay. One, hello, hi, welcome. I love the wonder today is Echo. Hello, dog. Hi, Gadik. Hi, Kai. And also, hello, Turnip. I hope your office moves goes well. And also, yeah, I'm pretty sure that song is about that. But it has a really nice tune. It was fucking Backstreet Boys. NSYNC. Hold on. We're on my. Just like gulped. Where the frick is this song? It's called The Call. Yeah, it's Backstreet Boys. Crazy as hell. Anyways, I'm in the middle of doing something, but that doesn't stop me from starting this. Hello, hi. How is everybody today? I'm trying to find these. As Nintendo. How is everyone? We are gonna have an interesting day because I suffered on the game last night, so it's gonna be suffering today. I look pale as fuck. That's crazy. I'm trying to find these stupid little cards, the little names of it in here. Champion, changer, guy. Okay. The crowd? I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be in the troop. This deck is really fun, but it's sectioned off into different categories. I found one finally. Because you can make a whole fantasy game out of it too. Oh, there we go. I found the other two. I was right. I was right where they were. I've been sat here this whole time trying to find them, and I was like, oh, well, I gotta talk to my peoples now. What am I looking at there? Okay. I didn't find that one though. Okay, if that's there, I think it has to be here though. There it is. Wahoo! Hello, Junior. How are you? Let me put these away. I can't. This was my first tarot deck. Or oracle deck. Very fun. Very nice. Very nice box, truth be told. Okay. I'm like thinking about what I just pulled from that. Going to Married to the Bag. I love this song. Okay, how is everybody? Hopefully everybody's doing well. They fix all this. I love these shorts, but they don't fit me well, so then when I sit, they're really uncomfortable. I'm gonna do the rolls so that I don't forget about yours, Junior. Because that's important, because then you're gonna fucking leave us. Let's see, Junior. 7, 2, and a 2. Hopefully your day goes well today. Doc, you got a nat 1, an 18, and an 8. Doing fine, okay. Junior, let me see. So you got a 16. Oh, a 6 and a nat 1 that time, Junior. It's okay. You're doing amazing. Let's see. Kai, 16, nat 1, 17. Why is everybody getting nat 1s today? Turn up. Oh, nat 1, 12, and a 12. Okay. 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 Sorry, I put rocks at the top of my decks all the time, but I just moved this deck and I forgot there was a rock there and I almost just fucking threw it. Just take them up. I don't know why I couldn't open that. Sorry, every single person that time You do my roll? Sorry. I redeemed it and then my phone exploded. Oh, it redeemed twice. You have a low roll. And you also got a nat 1. But don't take the nat 1 to heart, Junior, because every single one of us got a nat 1. So I'm just going to pull out these little silly little things again. I think I'm going to yell that. You know? Anyways, the low roll, so hopefully work goes well. You can do it. I hate my banks. I hate my banks. They're not fluffing up. I'm gonna murder them. Did my stutter just come up? Yeah, we're in this together. Exactly. Exactly. We're in this together. About right? I'm really about to blow my shit shoe off. Hey, it's okay. Hold on. I need to click here to do this. It's okay, Doc, because you know what I can do? I can krill myself. I can just krill myself. I can krill myself now. So, when in doubt, I krill myself. Somebody's gonna get really mad about me, saying krill myself. What's that? I wonder what that do. I can unkrill myself too. You've been krilled? I've been fucking krilled. I set that up all yesterday. I had my favorite song playing. Where is it? It's not this version. I actually probably could find the version. Let me just add that. Somebody put it in a playlist. Let me see if this is actually the song. It is, but it's done in like a playlist version. Go here. I had this song playing on repeat. Thank you. Why you fucking hit me there, Sean? Why you hitting me there? Goddamn. Anyways, I had a fever dream. And the morning was a fever dream. I had this song blasting on repeat, and I drew myself as Krill. And then I put it up, and I have a whole button on my Steam Deck that is, it has my little shrimp. It has Krill myself, and it turns off my webcam, turns on an ocean background, turns on my little PNG. And then I had to do the same thing because I was like, wait, I can't just click it again. It's not going to do anything. So I had to make a second button of unkrill myself to unkrill myself. And that's what I did yesterday. I was supposed to edit a video, didn't do that. Organized my pockets in, what's this called? My PC. Did I roll? Yes. For the most part, pretty good turn up. You did get a nat 1, but don't take that with heart. As I was telling everybody else, we all collectively each got a nat 1. So as Junior said, we're all in this together. So there's that. So don't take the nat 1 to heart because we literally all got it. Oh, that's such a fucking cool card. See, this is my fantasy oracle deck. Like, look at that shit. That shit is so cool. Should I have fingerless? Gloves on. So I put cat ears. Okay, so we're gonna look at the krill myself. I put cat ears on it, and then I was gonna do like a little clown collar around it. But I didn't because I was like, no, we're just gonna make this really quick and easy. So I might dress up the krill. So the krill might get a new like a little rework, but I needed it. I desperately needed it. So yeah. Blame the heat and having to work in it. No, that's fair. I can agree with that. That's upside down. Is okay, oh. Okay, I shouldn't make fun of it because I found the card I needed and then I scrolled past it. So that's what I did yesterday. I did organize my stuff and I was gonna upload VODs, and then I got really exhausted about the VODs and I almost want to stop saving the VODs, but I don't want to stop saving the VODs because then I lose the VODs, you know? I just hate the whole VOD system now on Twitch. It really makes me want to stream on YouTube, and I've thought about switching over to YouTube and trying to stream there, or doing second streams during the day and at night and stream on YouTube and see how that goes, you know? But because it uploads it there and it keeps it there, and I think that's so much nicer. I'm sorry, this is really funny getting this card because it says now it's the time to look beyond the bad news and embrace a little bit of the dreamer spirit after we all got nat ones. So listen to the cards. It can be improved with hard work, but it also needs optimism. Being jaded is for the world weary. Embrace positivity instead. Don't be jaded. It's fine. Where is this card? I've never gotten this card before. Oh, here it is. Is it upright? It is. Word is important, but don't let yourself be taken advantage of. True. I accidentally fully docked myself on stream the other day. Thought instantly that I'm so glad I'm not famous. What did you do? Like, what caused this outbreak to accidentally fully dox yourself? Oh my god. Also, the heat is fucking exhausting right now. Because it's gonna get cold again, and I don't get that. Like, I love global warming. A lot of clarity stuff. Okay. What was that card that I got? What did that say? Oh, don't be jaded. Don't be jaded. Don't be jaded. Which is something I need to hear right now. You're like, look. Oh, don't look at that. Actually, hold on. This box is literally so freaking cool. Because then when you put in the cards, if you put it in the right way, it has a whole picture. And it's a metallic. Oh, there's metallic. Magnetic, like, close. And I like that. Yeah, you know what? I want to outfit that. Oh, no, I don't need this. Love this song. We are playing Outlast Trials today. We're gonna be outlasting the trials. I was trying to think of the title of she be lasting on my trials till I out. She be trials on my lasting till I'm out. I think that's the best one. I was trying to think of how to word the Outlast Trials. I was ordering DoorDash and I accidentally clicked the restaurant address. Oh. That's out loud into my mic. See not to. Oh, insert street name. Or we should say, proceed onto redacted and turn right onto redacted. Oh my god, Junior. You know what happens. And like you said, at least you're not famous. It's okay. It's fine. It's okay, Junior. Just get a new job in a different town. Doesn't matter. Won't fucking matter. Hello, Steve. How are you? Oh, I do have. Ooh, what is? Oh, oh. Oh no. The new Warframe came out today, which is Foley. Love her. Mwah. Anyways, Jordy just said the Foley mission is hard. I'm like, oh. I'm okay working. Oh no, hopefully work's going well for you. Yeah, lasting my trials till I out. I think literally with the words that we have with Outlast trials, I think that's like the best form. Like out has to be the last one. I do like what I said, which is essentially the same thing. She be lasting on my trials till I out. What is it? Me outside. Um. I just got drama sent to me. I love tea. When I'm fully aware. Happy I am very excited for Outlast Trials today. The new map is really cool. We did struggle, and today essentially we'll be playing Clue. We will be playing Clue as one of the MK challenges that says takes to 10 to 15 minutes. Took us an hour to figure out last night because I couldn't fucking figure out the last thing. Couldn't fucking figure out spill the tea. Let me read it. I can give you the summary. Like without there's drama between what type of drama would this be categorized? Clue? Yes. Did anybody like playing Clue? That was like our family game at night, was Clue. So I'm really good at Clue and I love Clue and I won a lot at Clue. Would love to be in the play Clue. She's studying my candlestick to la mustard. Hey, funny enough, the candlestick is in there. So it's entirely correct. The candlestick was unfortunately not the weapon of choice. Sounds fun. So there that night. Clue's so fun. I love the movie Clue too. That movie is wonderful. God, I loved that movie. Ooh. Um, what type of tea is this? This is like somebody better watch it before they just get absolutely fucked up type shit. I always gave up as a child. I haven't played it all. Really? I loved playing this shit. Bro, I fucking love Clue. Oh my god. I fucking love Clue. The last time I played was when I was, oh my god, yeah, this time around at community college because a whole bunch of us were in the library and there was board games in there, so we played Clue. Very fun. Love that game so much. Never knew what was going on as a kid. I just ran around until I was bored, and then I guessed whoever was my favorite character. You know, fair. I am competitive in nature. I needed to win. Except sometimes I was the murderer. Now I'm like, oopsie. It wasn't me. I still really need to cough. Oh, I had an instant the other day. Remember when I was having weird heart palpitations? Well, the other day, I went out to skate after having a little bit of salami, and I came back in, and I ate, and I was like, man, it's just, like, really warm. Like, my throat's, like, really, like, tight, because, like, it's really warm outside, and I can't breathe, because I can't breathe in hot air. Legitimately cannot breathe in really hot air, like humid hot air, and also cannot breathe in cold air. Extremely cold air. Fucking hurts me. I struggle so much with it. But then I was playing Deadlock later, and poor Jody and Jordy and Kodiak had to deal with me thinking on my deathbed playing Deadlock because I was like, I don't know, my throat was like just like really like tight, but I could breathe. But then my heart rate was up at 120. I was like, what's happening? And I was really lightheaded. I was like, oh my god, what's happening? And I took allergy medicine. I ended up taking my inhaler, and I still played Deadlock, and I was still dying. It's very funny. Can't breathe in cold air either. It hurts. Yeah, it fucking hurts. It fucking hurts, bro. Apparently doesn't really do board games. We'll play one out 2 times, then never again. That's fair. We used to play board games a lot. I used to play a lot of board games. I have a whole collection of them. When I went to go visit my aunt and uncle when I was younger, there was one time I brought my specifically, oh, this is my favorite memory because I have the pink Monopoly, and I specifically remember at Toys R Us when they came out with the pink and the blue version of the board game, so you could get a girl or a boy version. But they had a pink version of the Ouija board of an Ouija board. Luigi board. They had a pink version and a blue version, so I could get a girly Ouija board. And that lives in my head so rent free. I wish I got it. Glad I didn't. But yeah, me and my aunt played a whole game of Monopoly. It's fun. Locked in on the game, can't hear you, but we're in a massive boss fight. Oh, good luck. Hopefully they win. Negative 25. I've never been in negative weather. I don't know if I have actually. Most likely never. Board game tier list. Ooh, board game tier list. Humidera says so while living in a very humid state. Hey, we're not very humid. We're usually dry heat. we are usually dry heat. We've been having some more humid days, which is very low humidity compared to other places like Florida. But usually we have dry heat. We've been getting a lot more humid heat, which is not what I'm used to. So it is very jarring to me and very scary. Let's see. Let's see. Let me look at like board games. I know. Oh my god. Hey, welcome to me losing my voice in a mere moment. I don't know what's happening. I just really need a cough, and once I cough, it'll be fine. But that was the slow progression of losing my voice. Oh my god. Oh my god. I just heard it started to crack and then just shrink. My allergies have been pretty bad and have been bad. Uh, they've been really bad. I think that's also might have what been happening. I don't know if I was having an allergic reaction or whatnot the other day because my heart rate was so far up and I couldn't not breathe, but my throat was really like tight. So I didn't know what was happening. But I live in orange groves, so they're all blossoming right now, and our other fruit trees in the front are also blossoming right now, so my allergies are pretty bad. For the most part, it's mainly like breathing issues for me. Once played card against humanities, only once though. That's fair. I've never played that with my family. Okay, Clue is my top tier board game. Top tier is Clue. I do love Guess Who. That was one of my favorite games. I do love that. Did love the stupid little oh, they were Disney games. You like put the disc in and then you play this little game. I had a Pirates of the Caribbean version. Specifically loved that one. I always wanted to play Twister, but we never owned Twister. Oh my god. Apples and Apples. I remember that shit. We probably still have it somewhere. I'm just like looking at pictures of board games, trying to remember what I played. I do love Jenga. Jenga's really fun. Candyland was really fun. What's the one that you pop the middle? Oh my god. I did like apples as a kid. Because you had the little apples. Like a lot of classics. Shoots and Ladders, Candyland, Clue. Yeah, same. That's what I liked playing a lot. I do love Candyland. Few spooky themed ones, but I really don't really have anyone to play with. That's fair. Trouble? I fucking love Trouble because I liked popping that shit in the middle. Trail, House on the Hill. Ooh. I played a card. Turned over, everyone laughed except for my mom. She said it was gross and we shouldn't be laughing, and the cards got put up. Yeah. I'm like, I can already tell if it's the case of you only played it once with your family. I know exactly how that shit ended. Not good. I think Clue is up there. I love Monopoly. I really do love Monopoly. Guess who is up there? I don't know if I should put Trouble. What was... Oh, it was a trivia game. There was a Disney trivia game. But I'm looking for the specific... Seen It! Oh my god, Seen It! I loved Seen It so much because it was my jingle jingle of movies. Specifically the Pirates of the Caribbean, Seen It was one of my fucking favorites. Unfortunately, if you're playing against me, I know too much. I love that. So, Clue, Monopoly, Guess Who, Seen It. Shoot Disney? Ooh. Junior's lunchtime. What's your cookie? Your next act of kindness will reveal your new friendship. Oh, hell yeah. Be kind to people. Sounds like a challenge. Fuck yeah, it is. I did have other Seen It's too. I think I had like a normal Seen It. I could bring that shit out. I fucking love Seen It. It was so cool because like you have a little... It's a little board game. I don't remember a lot of the stuff, but you pulled a card, and then depending on what you pulled, you would have to click like certain things on the actual movie, the video, the DVD to select different stuff to like make the guess or the scene. Yeah. Have you seen it on stream? Is it You know, that's a good question. I don't know if it is. It's a good question. Also, Battleship is really fun, Doc. It would be high up there, but I don't think it would be top 5 for me. But it's top 10. I wonder how much does this go for? $44? Somebody's selling it for $44 on Amazon. Oh, what about? Okay, yeah. Some people sold it for 30 and some for cheaper on. Oh my god, that one's not even open. Losers. Didn't even fucking play it. I love seeing it so much. Game Forever. Seeing it was such a cool game. I really loved it because it jingled my jangle because I loved movies. I need one more board game. Nothing new because I like the new board games. I have one here. It's not a board game. It's Grab the Mic. It's a silly one of you name the song to sing. I like those. I love Card Against Humanities. The meme one is very funny. But I like the old board game so much better. Let's do that. I'm trying to think of what I played a lot. I need one more. I won't lie. As an art major, a previous art major, Hues and Clues really jingles my jangles, and I want to play that. Hello, Mr. Pants. Immediate stakes. If chat wins, Sarah can't buy. Blush Duck for 3 months. It's okay. I haven't even bought the other 2 I should buy because they're just gonna go right up there. I need to buy them though. I really need to buy them. I think I move the money and I buy them. Do I want to put Trouble up there? What do I get if I win? What's the deal for me? Yahtzee. I did like Yahtzee, but to shake the dice. Didn't actually like playing. Well, I did really like Apples to Apples. I mean, I love Uno, but I feel like Uno's timeless. I don't think it's top tier. Top 10, not top 5. Cut by Sarah Blushdock. Oh, you know, okay, fair trade. That's a fair trade. Junior, no. Tell them you can't. Tell them you're just sick. Was anybody here good at Operation? I never played that game. I was bad at it. I wasn't bad at it, but I never played it a lot, so I would just specifically make it go buzz, buzz. Emotions, the Traitor. Ooh. Oh, I do like Codenames, but that's a more newer-ish. Exploding Kittens is also a really fun one. Okay, maybe I've played a lot of board games, even of recently. Chat would be broke. True. The shipping cost for that is killer. It's probably more than a deck. Yeah. That's why I was about to buy the decks because I usually buy from Numbskull. But Numbskull, no, I buy from Just Geek usually. But they're based in the UK, so the shipping was fucking atrocious. So if I'm buying my ducks, I have to buy off of actual tub site, which they do have with the ducks I want. But I was just like, oh my god, because shipping was atrocious. Also, hello Kevin, how are you? Old trivia game. Old trivia pursuit question that doesn't work anymore. It was which of these actors have never played Batman? Christian Bale, Adam West, Ben Affleck, George Clooney. I love that. I love that a lot. I get the Jill deck and a few other things. Saw the shipping cost and said, well, I don't really need this. Yeah, if you buy them, Steve, because I used to buy off of Just Geek. If you buy off of Tubs, the shipping isn't as bad there. Because the shipping on the other side's so bad now because it's coming from the UK. Good? Almost in cleaning my room? Hell yeah! Good job, good job. Goodbye, Junior. We'll miss you. Ooh, I do like Sorry. Connect 4 is also really fun. I have to look at Tubs. Yeah, let me look, because I think I still have them in my cart. Tubs. Because Tubs, I think, is based here? Oh, they're not in my cart. That's okay, I can change that. Let's see. Because I think it comes out to, like... I hate that that's my... Oh.
Oh, thank God I wasn't on Tubs. So shipping was really bad there for a second. And then it took me to Tubs USA. Um, oh my God. That scared me. That did really scare me. Hold on, let me check again. Did I spell that wrong? I spelled it wrong. I spelled my own address wrong. Okay, yeah, shipping's like $10 on Tubs. Just make sure you're on Tubs USA, which it did tell me at checkout. It's like, hey, whoa there. Whoa there. You might be better if you shop on the USA Shipe. Shipe? Think collectible ducks? Cosplay collectible ducks. I love their little ducks. They're really cute. I should buy some extra sometime to give them to the Jeeps. Oh, they have a Godzilla one too. Yeah, the cannon. Hunk? Cannon. Who was I talking to about Hunk? I think it just might have been you guys. No, I haven't. Sorry, I'm typing it in as you. Sorry, I saw Rebecca's Hunk. He's just some guy. He's just some guy. Fuck yeah, let me see. Oh, I was still looking at the drama. I forgot about that. I have to sit in the Discord also if I wanted to the krill me shrimp. Oh. Sorry, I just saw the freaking Kevin's. Where do the USA because the duck is waving the flag and he's yeah. It's making sure you know you're on the right site. Oh, I forgot I posted all that. Yeah, I don't see it, dog. But also I googled it too. Kind of looks like Redfield. No, yeah, that's what I was seeing. He kind of looks like 7. 7 minutes. I love Hunk. We need more Hunk content. Like, please? We need more Hunk. Please. I want more Hunk content. Let me scroll down to there. Wesker? Question mark? Wesker? They have a pyramid head duck? Yes, they do. Just one C away from Chunk. Yeah. You can't be him. That's a really cool fucking artwork. I see what you. I see why you said Wesker now. I realized what number I said. 7. 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all I can spare to play with you. I hate low graphic Hunk. 7. I still need to pick one more. Minecraft. Board game. I miss board games. You go to a friend's house and then you just have a whole bunch of board games, or you like lay out all the video games you have and you're like, oh, which ones do you want? I miss that shit. The fan theory that Redfield and Resident Evil 7 was actually Hunk. That would be really fun. I would like that a lot because, like, I need to fix this stupid ass fucking belt because shorts don't fit. That theory died. I like that theory though. That's like a fun theory because Umbrella doesn't exist right now, so it's not like. I mean, Umbrella is a case of where you cut off a head, 2 more grows, so it never really dies. But in theory, Hunk's original like bosses are kind of gone. So it'd be interesting seeing him do that. And not in a sense of being good, just like faking to be somebody. Chris Redfield always goes missing. It's fine. He goes missing. Nobody would know. He goes missing all the time. I think I'm gonna put Jenga as my last top 5 for board games. I was really still thinking about that, I won't lie. We'll elaborate later. Okay, I read the drama. It was very fun. Okay. There is actual Hunk lore? I thought he was just a character they threw in multiplayer. I wonder why. He is an actual character. Let's... Hunk. Resident Evil. Let's go to the wiki page. We're gonna read Hunk lore. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Hunk gets sent to kill a certain person, gets there, and it's Chris, and he just removes his mask and says, Chris, is that you? That'd be crazy. That'd be fucking funny. I was at Amazon Canada and was wondering why nothing was available. What the fuck? Why did it put you there? Okay, Hunk. Hunk is a codename for a legendary mercenary and former Umbrella security service operator. Who's leader of the ill-fated Alpha team. Ill-fated. It's okay. Hunk lived. He was employed by Umbrella, cold, silent, and devoid of emotion. He is ruthless and willing to complete a mission by any means necessary. He and the UBCS sergeant... Oh! Nikolai. Oh! Were considered to be rivals. I hate Nikolai, but I love him. But like, oh, I didn't know that part. Yeah, his status is unknown because no one ever fucking knows where he is. It's Hunk. One hunk of a man. One hunk of a man. No! I can't see you. What's blinding me? What do I see? I don't know. Something's blinding me though. Hi Fire, how are you? I'm gonna find all the lore.
Hydrate, you
Hydrate?
bastard!
Okay.
Hydrate!
I love Hunk. Hunk is now his other name's the Grim Reaper. That's also a good one. His legal name should just be Hunk. Fire is blinding you? You're so right. You're so right. I think because this page is I mean this seriously when I say I have to have this on light mode because I'm reading this on the Resident Evil page and the background is black, gray, very dark, and the words are white and it's blinding my eyes. Because I have to focus on the white rather than focusing on a dark color to read. It hurts my eyes. Okay, Raccoon City incident. Rockford Island incident. Alfred? Wait, who is Alfred? Okay, yeah. I was like, is Alfred who I'm thinking of? I forgot about his first name. I had bought a friend in Canada, Sambaha, and wanted to avoid import. Real as hell, Kevin. Smart. Just another few ads. I really gotta fix. I don't understand a lot of like the ad system because I set it to some things and then it doesn't do those things. Goblin 6. This 6 has a critical injury to move her legs. Oh, that's crazy. Okay, fuck it up, Goblin 6. Sure, Umbrella as well. You know, a different department. Yeah. How do they get shit done? Kill everything. Nikolai's part of the hey. Browse escape. Can you kill it, please? Can you please kill it? Can you please kill it, Nikolai? Please? Please kill it. Please kill it, Nikolai. And, like, can you also, like, pick up that? I freaking hate Nikolai, but yeah. I love Carlos.
Goblin 6. More like Goblin 6 dicks.
Delivering the virus. Oh yeah, who the fuck is this? What is this? France? Why was this person in France? That's all from Operation Raccoon City. I do like that because it's all up in the air right now about who yeah, the commander. This is so funny saying the commander and his affiliation, the connections. It sounds so funny. But also I hate them for doing the connections because what are you telling me? I've waited almost up to 30 years of my life and now you're expanding the lore more? How many more years do I gotta wait? The commander. How many more years do I gotta wait? I want to know about the connections. And you're telling me you're gonna do a remake game after this? Because I love that and I want that. But I want more lore. I need more now. Commander Shepard. Oh, I miss Shepard. That commander is actually hunk. No, I could fully believe that, but I really like that they're separated right now because it is up in the air, and I like that. I like theories. Actually, Hank. There was a typo, never fixed it. Yeah, I love that. Mr. Hunk. Mr. Hank. DLC. It would be really cool to get a DLC, especially for the Hound Wolves. I always want to say Wolfhound because that sounds actually proper, but I'm like, no, Chris Redfield named it stupid. It's Hound Wolf. The brain to connect all the lore probably hasn't been born yet. So upsetting. So upsetting. Raccoon City Syndrome. Induced coughing fit. Chuckling to himself and giving Kennedy time to recover. Surrounded defeated by it, and a fatal cut to his neck. However, his body later disappeared, leaving his fate unclear. So his status is also unknown. Ooh, further notes. Several key pieces of evidence point to the commander being the former USS Alpha team leader, Hunk. And I like that because it's literally right now, it's like we're putting the pieces together.
Hi, pretty people. How's your day
Hello.
going? I hope it's well. Mine's been a bit shit, but I'm here so everything's okay.
It's okay, Haunted. We all got nat ones in our roles, but we're reading Resident Evil lore right now, so it's doing pretty freaking great. I feel like I have really bad dark circles, but I just need to like literally tilt my head up and then you don't see them as bad. Same voice actors. Hunk, yes. Yes. Haunted me because it's another Keith name. Attempt to use Hunk's neck breaker move to kill Kennedy. Center animations and performing the neck breaker. And mercenaries. Hand. Ooh. It has to be Hunk. It has to be Hunk. He's Hunk. It just says he's Hunk. They decided that and they were like, shit, we gotta cover it up. Anyways, here's what it actually means. Not that he's like, yeah, he's really hot. Jazz hands. Jazz hands. But he has I almost said he has the mold. He has the Raccoon City syndrome on his hand too, so that means he had to be in Raccoon City during it. Who was at Raccoon City during it? Hunk. In that goopy water. Oh, it's the call again. It's because I restarted this playlist. What a bagel. So like he had that. You know the man with the fucking the board of all the connections? That's what I feel like. It has to be Hunks. Or he's a clone Hunk. Fair. But why would he have I mean, unless when you cloned the person, it didn't actually get rid of the Raccoon City syndrome, which also is a very flaw in cloning. Like, you should be making it not turn out sick if you're going to clone that person. But yeah. But then it still is Hunk. I still take it as Hunk, you know? I don't know about this, man. Ow, ow. Ow, 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 ow. Status deceased. Yes. It was. My ear is itchy. Prototype to the act trigger prototype virus and dispenser management is going to. I'm reading Xeno's page right now. Genetic splicing, Hunk plus somebody else. Ooh. And then he would have it too. Who's the clone of Wesker? I know, I'm reading his lore right now. It's Project W. Dr. Wesker. He is okay, so it's not confirmed, but it is confirmed. Is that he is sort of implied to be a clone of Wesker. You're nothing but an imitation. Origin remains to be unseen. So we don't know if he's confirmed a clone, but like, I would believe it. But also, he was really hot. Now he's dead. Hi, Kai. How are you? How did the boss fight go? Vega. Can't you get the RCS just for being around things with the T-virus? I don't know. So let me hold on. We're gonna go read that one now. As a lethal disease caused by the latent strain of T-virus. Victor Gideon. Who have no, it says affected individuals who had survived the Raccoon City outbreak in 1998 due to exposure to the modified Liptian strain and T-virus. Okay. But that wasn't applied to me because he looks exactly like Western and gets called a poor imitation. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing of it's not confirmed. It could be and it could end up not being. But because the whole Wesker family has a whole bunch of lore too with their origins. That I would believe it because of those origins. Defeated the boss fight and then it came to next area. Playing roguelike. Cannot beat that one. We just can't do enough damage. No, agony. It'd be that way. That's good though. You're doing it. You're doing it. I do need to. I'll message afterwards. I love this song. Yeah, she is. I can't wait to see her. So there's still, I will say, this does get rid of a lot of stuff because it says it's only for the Raccoon City survivors, so it's that specific strain of T-virus. So it wouldn't affect, like, Chris Redfield or Rebecca because they were not in Raccoon City. But it still would affect Carlos. It would affect Claire and Jill because they specifically were in that incident. Are they going to make more? There's more than one Wesker? Yes. Yes, there is. I love Alex Wesker. There she is. She is so pretty. Oh yeah, there we go. I can't talk too much about it because we haven't gotten to that game, but yeah. Jill is also technically safe as well because Jill has been cured of the T-virus. I would say yes, but Sherry was cured of the T-virus. So it's a case of, do we know for sure that it's not there at all in Jill? Because it's something that says, wait, hold on. Holding. The holding is me going back to it because I was reading it. Raccoon City Syndrome. I see what about, oh wait, where was it? Yeah, see? Okay, yeah, never fully eradicated or suppressed. So, like, I know what you're saying with Jill because I would believe that, but then it brings up the situation that Sherry was cured. So was that not a full cure compared to what now Spencer has made is actually a full cure? Like, did they just not fully develop it? Type shit? Because Sherry was cured. She was definitely a zombie. And then she no longer a zombie. So, you know, it brings up question because if you're gonna do that, then why did you have this? Type shit. Jill T-posing. I love Jill. I was about to read about the other thing, but I'm not even going to look into that because I don't need to worry about that right now. We're going into that game anyways. It was a reboot, right? What happened to the lore before Village? 7 was kind of more of the reboot. Before Village was 7, which is the beginning half of Ethan's story. And so it talks about a different strain of... I can't say virus because it's no longer a virus. It is a mold, so... It's kind of like the Las Plagas, how that wasn't a virus. That was a whole parasite. Now it's a mold. Different company, different background, but still all connected to Umbrella. But yeah, if you want to, the reboot was 7 because it had been years since, I need to watch this because that looked like that dropped. Just like the Spencer Redemption arc. I like it, but I can agree. A different company name. Yeah, yeah. Different reasoning for the whole mold and everything, but yeah. Essentially is similar to that. Without spoiling everything, thank you. And or you should play the game because it's really good and it has a really good lore. I love it. I love Village so much. 7 is really good too. I love it. Definitely was a good bring back of like horror elements in the game. I need to put this up. But Village, nah, love it. I like the Spencer Redemption arc, but like it's one of those cases of like they just be bad people. They wouldn't want to like take things back. They still wanted power. Like they wanted to become I mean, okay, Wesker literally wanted to become a god. And they were all part of that same project. But I know it's like different lore behind compared to like Mother Miranda and her reasoning behind everything. Spencer's behind everything was just to make weapons. He is God. Ethan's and now Grace's voice actors are really fucking good. I love those two so much. Bring back tentacle dogs. What did they have? They had really big dogs in this one. They were the upgraded version of the Cerberus dogs. I don't think they had tentacles though. They were just really big like wolves. I don't remember. We were on a motorcycle, so I just remember shooting them and feeling like an arcade game. It was very fun. That's still terrifying? Yeah. Won't lie. It was a little less terrifying compared to like running around in a house and running away from the dogs. But still really good. They were fucking massive. This new game was really fucking good, Kevin. I highly recommend it. I'm so glad I've conformed so many people to Resident Evil here. Capcom, hire me. I'm good. Look, I talked about my jingle jingle and I made other people get addicted to it. I did my part. Get all of the good Resident Evil merch is all in fucking Japan. And none of it for us out here. Love this song. Homebrewed wolf spiders. The real combination of wolf and spider. The players hate them. I hate that too. I hate that. I hate that. Like, that's really fucking good. You cooked with that one, but I hate that. That's awful. There was a giant spider in this game. Fucking massive shit. Hated that. Was fucking awful. And then there was the fucking giant plant. I liked all the throwbacks to all these other things. It was really fun. There's people who believe that Ethan has no personality. Oh my god, no. Do you guys want to watch a TikTok? There was a TikTok. Oh, ow. I just ran over my toe. Let me find it. There was a TikTok I found. Okay. I have to find it on my phone. I'm not logged in on my computer anymore. I think I might have reposted it. I did. And it's literally all of the Undertale, like bravery, kindness, and all that. And then there's Ethan and it's determination. I'm just gonna play it for you here. Sorry, you can see my window. There you go. And it has a little heart. I need the heart to come back because it's that the heart breaks and then it comes back. It is so fucking good. It's so fucking good. The song's really good too. I can't hear it because of my headphones. I'm gonna have to post that one because I reposted it on my TikTok, but I'll put it in the Tiki Talks here. But like, he has so much personality. He is literally determined. Tiki Takis. Like, no. I mean, besides Claire and Chris, because they care about each other so much as a family. And like literally Claire has been searching for Chris, and when she goes missing, then Chris goes after searching after her and whatnot. But Ethan is the only like family man that is there not to defeat anything about like, oh, this stuff is bad. No, he's there for his family. It's because Ethan seems harder than his first wife, and people don't like that. Yeah. Yeah. People wouldn't enter a haunted house to rescue. I mean, he was, I won't lie, in 7, he was stupid for doing that. But he had, oh, as a cute little nod to Requiem, he had hope still. He had hope. And he was like, no, I can save my wife. And then in Village, no, I can save my daughter. And then there is Chris Redfield, a refrigerator. I love him. I'm sat like I'm sitting on the floor at a picnic. Spoiler alert, that game's been out for ages and it's in the trailer. Is the most determined person in Resident Evil. Going to find my wife? He does, and he doesn't care if you're in this way. Move you, and then I'm going to find my daughter? Tire foot. Yeah. He just cares about saving his daughter. He does not care about what's happening around and what their motive was for the end thing. It's like, that's my daughter. Go fucking do this somewhere else. That's my daughter. Hi, Shaylin. Like, I think he has so much personality. I think because he's literally just some, like, there's Leon aura farming. Yeah. I think compared to a lot of the other characters, like, Leon does have a lot of personality. They're, like, different types of personalities. But Ethan, I think, was just so human. Same with Grace, that, like, I think people didn't like it because they didn't want to see, like, normal human. They wanted to be a boulder punching. Or or Leon's quick jokes is not having one. Leon's personality is being depressed with PTSD. Unfortunately, that is him. In the first one, he's a baby, he's just recovering from a breakup. Same thing, no! He has the best jokes of the whole game. Grace's personality, anxiety. She has so much anxiety, but it's done so well. Also, it's about time. Only broken people have good jokes, yeah, because he's an alcoholic. I love giving my Leon facts like that. Because he is. He is. He's just depressed. Even, like, I can say Rebecca, I love her to death. But since we don't see her a lot, we don't actually really see her personality, so she doesn't really have too much of one. She's just a very sweet, caring person who likes science. And is very smart. It's the same with Sherry, we don't see too much. She's very determined, but like a goody two-shoes determined. This explains Leon's crippling diarrhea. Hey, He's only Leon Shitty Kennedy is from the first game, okay? Afterwards, he's Leon the Sex Kennedy, okay? That's what he is. I should stand up. Hey, Shaylin, you want to see a party trick? I say as I'm making my desk tall. I think I made this Leon the Bubble Guts Kennedy. No, you gotta put an S in there, okay? It's Leon S. Kennedy. If you want to say the Bubble Guts Kennedy, you want to say Leon the Shit Kennedy. I made the desk too tall, I won't lie. Desk raised for a whole two. Hey. I'm gonna fight you. I'm gonna fight you. I believe Rebecca 100% copes properly and went to therapy. I fully believe that she would. Looks so tiny when it is up there? Yeah, because I can make this taller. I don't know how far the course. I'm just gonna put it there. I think it'd go a little bit taller. But that's it. Hello. This is what it feels like to dress some of the Thors. Oh, hi, Goomer. Shayla, this is what it feels like to dress some of the Thors. The really tall one. I'm just like, please. I cannot. I have a booster seat. I think you're all about sitting down. No, I usually sit on my legs. That's why. I do sit on top of blankets, but not too much. Yeah. Do you have games on Do you have games on your phone? Do you got games on your phone, everybody? I think I only ever feel like that when it's Peter. No, that's real as hell. I feel like that with some of the caps too. But I'm small. I'm very small. As the boots go on, I'm like, oh, yeah, you're real for that. Some of them I don't struggle with. Some of them I've had run out of battery issues asking for a phone to play. Yeah, I need games on my phone. Still talking to most people. Me too, Goomber. Gotta make sure to still bring anything down. Hello. My favorite cap. Who got fired? Text me. I don't think it's proper to put it here. I don't know. Oh, you can. I got distracted immediately on my phone. Oh my god, I haven't been there in so long that I'm there on Shaylin, they scheduled me on a Monday. Hey Kadona. How are you? Welcome in. I got scheduled on a Monday. They gave me my bereavement leave and then they said, you're working the next day. I'm like, no, I'm unavailable on weekdays. My bitch ass won't fight them though because I'm too docile. So I'll be working Monday. I'm gonna krill myself. Fucking krill myself. We're gonna play Outlast. Outlast Trials. The spring break, so I think it's fully available. What the freak? What the freak? Spring break. What the fuck? Why did they do that to me? Why did they schedule? The rest of my schedule is completely normal. That's probably why I got full shift. I fucking hate the rat. Anyways, I'll krill myself. I will drink my coffee. It's quiet. I can drink coffee with that one. I know. I'm trying to get out of that job. Genuinely trying to actually leave that job. So sorry. I will miss my people dearly. Gotta leave. Okay, be safe. I quiet. How are you? Hi, that's Sarah Shrimp. Yeah, because I kept on making the joke of I'm gonna krill myself. So now I can krill myself. Sounds like a fun job. Honestly, it's been really fun, but now I'm gonna uncurl myself. Now it's becoming more of like I'm a maid and taking care of costumes, which is what I like to do, but it's the void of shows and working entertainment is no longer there. It's just laundry and taking care of the costumes, Whereas I need the balance of both. So I'm losing my mind. And I want to leave so badly. I want to leave so badly. Also, I just hate for work for the company. Will you be playing D&D or still not? Ideally, I would really love to. Ideally. Oh, I changed it. I should open the game. Ideally, I would love to. ABC Outlast. That's how you spell everybody. ABC Outlast. I have more fun if you were signed off for all. I would love that. Literally, way back in the day, Shaylin, when I still didn't have A+ training, I made jokes to Julie of like, I don't even know if I'm gonna learn all this stuff before I like quit this job. Because I'm never getting training, so oh, game was so loud. Catch me not learning all the tracks before I leave, which is sad. I do genuinely love Marvel a lot. It's just so loud. Entity, save me. But they fucking hate my ass. Ooh, and all the juicy drama that I got from working at Toontown about the incidents that have been happening recently. Really fun. Oh, my screens are black. Hold on. Okay. Wait, hold on. Locking in on actually fixing stream stuff. Give you game sound. That's there. Do I need it on that? No, this is fine there. And that's on Outlast Trials. Yes. Okay. Cool. Okay. Now I can log back in. Trainers. So they're gonna start training people again. I hope I get fucking trained then. I mean, I still stand at this point that I'm so tired of this job that I'm like, I think I'm mine to do next. I still want to work theater and everything. So I really want to work at an actual theater company or something. Distinctly remember you having 3070 Ti, right? Yes, I believe you're correct. This thing is whispering sweet nothings into my ears. Yes. The company seems like where you belong. Yeah. Either that or, I mean, like, I would love to work. This is taking quite some time to load in. For like productions. But I know with productions then they hire from certain like companies and whatnot, but I don't know what those companies are. Like working on a Netflix production would be really fun. It's quick in for theater. Yeah. I mean, I do set building anyways. Like I know all of my stagecraft stuff is like set in stone. I know how to do all that very well. Trials time. Damn, that took so long. How are they considering getting the GPU for a new PC? Yes, you should. Honestly, it'll help you very much. Especially since you don't have one. It really is like make it or break it. What lovely things. Do I have this turned off? Right. Okay. But yeah, I just don't have... Oh. Is that new? That's not new. I just never have done these. Okay, anyways, we're doing this, which is gonna be really rough. What was I gonna say? Yeah, it's just so fucking hard to get into, Kevin. But because it's a lot of hearsay. Oh my god, the water's moving. It's a lot of hearsay of like, oh yeah, I got a person over here. Rather than reaching out to new people, you really gotta know people. All the others are more VRAM. It's so difficult to get. It's the only one with the budget. Yeah, and this one has a lot of VRAM. I'm trying to look at it. I have 15 of VRAM on this because the reason I know I have a decent amount of VRAM on this scooper is because I got it because of the stupid fucking Indiana Jones problem we were having, and that shit still didn't work. In anything entertainment, unfortunately, Kevin, before this, because I love entertainment, I always wanted to go into it, but was more driven to other things. I wanted to do art history, which unfortunately in that, also very heavy on that. Because you gotta know people or you gotta do years work of free internships. Only 30. I have 15 on mine, so I wonder if I have a different one. Do I have it written down somewhere? I should have my specs down below. 8 is still good. 8 is still good. I just remember I was having problems with Indiana Jones, but it was Indiana Jones. You mean 16? Probably, because it says 15.6. It says 15.6, so it probably is 16. What was I about to say? Bring your friends out. But yeah, I'm going to bite the entertainment industry in its ankles. Because I want in, and they won't let me in. They won't let me in, and I don't know what I'm doing, and it's very scary because it is very scary. As a quick breakdown, we're doing special therapy, which is scavenger. We start with no prescriptions. No amps. What's that last thing that we have? No rigs. So we have no utility. We got no... I wonder if that's it. That's... Sorry, that wasn't English. We ain't got nothing in our pockets. We're sending it in naked. We're going in naked. It is the jammer. Sorry, just teabag the floor. We're really just going in naked. Oh, it is.
You never have to be afraid again.
Can alert the user upon destruction if properly modified. Oh, these are all the barricades and stuff because you go in and they're the unstable versions. Stun device. Cerebral disturbance device, aka stun component. They try to shake you off. Then your bite is too secure. Exactly. Hey, I'm small. I don't fucking bite their ankles. It's the closest thing I can fucking reach. Unless we want to dislocate people's balls. The entertainment industry is not ready for me because unfortunately I say unhinged stuff like that, and I'm gonna go up to like coworkers and whatnot and be like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna fucking dislocate your balls. Don't worry about it. It's like, sir, she just said she's gonna dislocate my balls. Sir, is she allowed to be in here?
Please respect all sleep room personnel.
I feel like there should be one more. Oh. Let's just stun one again. No. Okay, we're gonna stand here menacingly. Incredible state of the industry. Yes. Also, I'm gonna run to the restroom before we completely start this. So we're gonna do this. Since this is the newest trial, we are gonna be doing the Silence the Idol, and I'll take you guys to that. It's quite fun. It is quite fun. I do like it a lot. So I'm gonna take out my earbuds so my ears can breathe. I'll be right back. Ooh, it's gonna be fun to see. Yes, it's so much fun. This one is so much fun. I specifically like the other one that I did, the other MK challenge, and I kind of understand it better, so we're gonna eat it alive and figure it out. Are you winning, son? I haven't played it all, so I say I am winning. I gotta go piss girl though, Nikki. I gotta go piss girl. I'm gonna leave you, Nessie. I'm gonna leave you, Nessie. I go piss girl. packet. Take my packet. Where are my headphones? Right. Oh, she did. She did get a promotion. She did get a fucking promotion. I didn't fall in. I love this song. Okay. That's how I feel, quiet. That's how I feel. Thank you. Okay, let's look at the catalogs really quick because I do want this new one. What are the costumes? I actually don't know if I really want it. Good little hair. Oh yeah, what's the room? I do like the room. What a fucking freak. Anyways, where's the catalog I was working on? Babies. Be able to get all those. Okay. Interesting. Nikki, I do still say this. We must celebrate. We must celebrate. I should really just fucking buy this one so I can get this. Because I have this one on. I guess this one is better fit for me though. Okay. At this game, oh my god, Nikki. Nikki is so much better now. That's celebrating too? Yeah. Do we want to go to Pancake House? When are you free? I work Monday. Nikki, I need a new job. We were just talking about this. I want to work in the industry and I'm so tired of Disney.
There is strength in repetition.
Oh yeah, for lore purposes right meow, Murkoff, Mr. Easterman, is losing his mind and is losing it in A. Not Amelia this time, but the executive, I forget her name. Her name starts with an A as well. Is kind of setting it up now. And getting the prime assets on her side. Know about after this week? Know about after the first week of April now? I'm off Monday and Sunday for at least one more week. Okay, okay. Oh my god, it's next week? Damn. That was to next week is basically April. Oh god, that's crazy. Oh, I haven't put in my work schedule at all.
You are the electric eye, the ravenous panopticon.
I really don't want to hear all his shit, so we're just gonna. It's literally Monday. That's fucking crazy. That's good though. That's fucking good. I mean, cause they know you already, so they're just kind of doing like little bit of interview and just. So you're a great candidate for it. Don't care about what's happening in the back, okay? Don't. Hear ye, everybody. Today we're gonna go into a trial and show you exactly what I want to do in the industry. We're gonna do exactly what I want to do in the industry, okay? That's what we're gonna fucking do. Don't worry about the background. Don't worry about it, okay? I need... Baby no money. Baby knows. I need just that whole album. Okay, don't worry about it, okay? Don't worry about it. Today, we're going into the television studio, and we are gonna be, there's no pills. We are gonna be, fucking it up. Okay, I can't spend too much time. What do you have? Okay, give me that. I need medical. Okay, sorry, I locked in so fast because we come into this trial, dying. What do you have? Oh, I need this immediately. Stop it, give it to me. I need it more than you, you're dead. Where'd it go? Huh. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Okay. So now we're fully healed, so that's pretty good. Don't look at my face. Sorry, the don't look at my face was me locking in so hard. What do we got here? Trinkets? We need that. This is the trinket collection game. Does anybody want trinkets? You want some trinkets? I got trinkets. Was that in my own ear? Okay, now we're gonna watch the fun. We're gonna watch the fun, everybody. I think I'm a little insane for loving this game. I hate these two, though. I think I play this game a little bit too much. And I barely play this game. That one man who ducked and covered. I think he's dead, everybody. Oh no, he just tripped and falled. He's a celebrity. I want to put them trinkets away. Trinket. Fuck. Oh shit. Okay, give me that. Use that. Give me that. Okay. What if... Oh my god. I still can't see. Ooh. I almost jumped myself into the, into the Boomba. What do you have? Okay, Jimmer. Okay, what do you have? And we need to find trinkets. I don't know how many trinkets it said because I didn't pay attention to it in that moment. So oopsie, but it's okay. Anyways, everybody, we're first day on the job. We gotta go to studio number 1. We gotta set up the studio for his prime time. Oh, thank you. Fucking let me move it.
Whatever you're doing, just don't.
Okay, okay. We gotta play puzzle game, okay, everybody? Oh, hey. God, I hate having no prescription. Exactly, quiet. Quiet, you know what's up.
I'm from Rochester. The doctor said I'm an imbecile, but I can work. I can do lots of stuff.
Yeah. You can do lots of stuff, buddy. You can do lots of stuff. Where's my staircase? Oh, my staircase is here. Okay. Ooh, X-ray rig. Okay. I'm doing nothing, buddy. Okay. Okay, so this is gonna be the hard part in a sense of we gotta remember numbers because I'm not reciting this to anybody. Okay. C1, M21, J11. C1, M21, J11. We gotta set up the lights. C1, J11, M21. Oh look, we set up the studio for him, okay? Look at that. I kinda want the heal rig, I won't lie. Remind me that that's a heal rig up here. He's just nervous, everybody, okay? He's not screaming. He's just a little nervous for his first day on the job, okay? We gotta make sure he's lit properly, okay? Why is it getting warm? We have the lights on you, buddy. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's okay. He did great. Good performance. Good performance from him. Guess I'm gonna pick this up. He's fine. I promise you he's fine. I actually might get this. What does the rig recharger do in this case? Oh, stress. Let's take that. Okay, we got that. Take da 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 shake that shit. Da 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 shake. Oh. Oh, we gotta escort the idol. There is an evil man right there. Get your ass over there. Come on. Move your ass. What if I krill myself? Nikki, my love, are you still here? My wife. Are you still here? I have something to show you. Oh, he's getting his hair and makeup done. How nice of him. Sorry, we're taking more pills in the meantime. I don't know if my wife is still here. Can I walk this way? It was very funny. I gotta show my friends some of the stuff in this because they haven't played this game in a while. And so they gotta learn about the bottles. Do you think she'll see me? I don't think she saw me. I don't like that part. This is a really cool map though. I like being in the studio. I think it's really fun. Baby no man. Baby no man. I'm gonna fucking krill. I think my wife left me too. Agony, pain, suffering. Okay, I have decent stamina. That makes me really exhausted though. Oh, Studio 2 is just right out here. That man's busting it down. I'm just stepping on that, I don't care. Okay. Can I hide in here anyway? Oh my god. I don't know who the fuck was them, bro. Quiet, we gotta get you to play this game sometime too. It's fucking Luffy. I'm gonna krill myself. I wanna see what this looks like. Undo that. It is really cool. It gets really bigger too because you have Sorry, I locked back in. Lights, camera. Okay. Okay. But yeah, because it's a whole studio, so they have... Ooh, it's red. They have like the upstairs and everything of... No, come back! Of like the visuals, the recordings, photography. It's really cool. There we go, you're in the right spot. I put it right there. It is kind of hard to push these though, I won't lie. There. It's a little wonky.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Does anything need to be back all the way? No. Okay. Fire, I will hydrate in mere moments. Oh, God, I can't swing it big dick energy. Okay. Except the only thing is that this is an MK challenge, so I gotta do this. Two more times. Oh, I need this. I gotta do this 2 more times, and then it's fine. I won't lie. Was that the right spot? Frick! It wasn't. I needed the camera there. I put it in the wrong order. I was so locked in. Oh. No. Yeah, that's the right one. Okay, so this should be the last one.
Everybody should play with their food.
Yeah, don't play with your food, bro. What you got in here? Any goodies? I need to find trinkets. You got trinkets? No. Trinkets? Bottles. Trinkets? Oh, thank you for the follow. I let go of that. I didn't mean to. Welcome in, Andres. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Oh my god, it's really bright. Okay, A2. M25. Oh, where's the last one? Can I look at it? Let me go. M25. There's M25, right? Where's this one? Huh. I assume it's gonna hurt me if I get it wrong. Shine the light on him. Oh my god. Let me hydrate now, actually. Dude, it's been so warm lately. I'm sad. I want more coffee. I haven't made my, like, normal coffee in a while. Okay, so where's the last one? Unless I'm just not seeing it. Because they're kind of really bright. There it is, J13. I don't want to get swept for the trial, but have a good stream. I love you! I love you, Red. It's very good. I highly recommend it. Play it. I got it wrong. Which ones did I get wrong? I think I got the J one wrong. Okay, only. No, J13, A2, M25. Oh. Did I not click that one? I might have not. I was selected. Yeah. I will. Yeah. I love you. I give you mwah. Little mwah. Can I hide that one? No, I can't. What's this at? Still good. Okay, we're gonna learn to cook, everybody. We're gonna learn to cook. We're a cameraman, okay? Oh no, we're lights. We're holding the spotlight on him. Ah, wonderful. Wonderful shot, okay. Come on, we gotta go to Studio 3. Come on. Studio 3 time, little guy. Studio 3 time. Studio 3 time. Studio 3 time.
I'm so cold.
Yeah, you lost a lot of blood, buddy. Buddy, you're fine. You just lost a lot of blood. Trinkets. Letterbox for my trinkets. I'm gonna have to drop this. I actually don't know how to drop things. It'll be there though. We're gonna stock up these. 1, 2. Oh my god. I still have to do all 4 of them? Okay. Quiet. This is where I'm like, this place is pretty freaking cool, because then we go upstairs. Oh my god, this is gonna be really rough for me. I can't open it.
Are you getting there?
I can't slide. Okay, gotta remember I can't slide. That didn't go into the right slot. That's gonna be too much, so I'm gonna go drop this off at the next one. That's rude. I have this down to a key. Yes. I was like, wait, do I actually need to go into the same place? I almost ran into those. Huh. Interesting. I don't need to go there. Trinkets! Another box for my trinkets! Okay, it's not right here. I might wake him up. I don't know where the other one is. I'm gonna wait till it runs out of time. Oh my god, I've made a mistake. I've made a life mistake. I can't see where I am. Anyways, we're fine. We're gonna take every single booster I can get my hands on in there. Do we have any other hype music? I mean, I could play more Vocaloid. Honestly, tempted to just play El Pepe. That'll make my heart rate go up. I need to stop tucking my hair behind my ears like this. But it just works. There we go. Okay. I think they left. I shouldn't have turned up the music. Oh my god, no. Oh, the fucking drip file. No, I didn't want that one. Drinky, drinky. This one. Take that one. This one. Stab that. This one. Eat that. This one. This one. We'll come back for you. Okay. We're gonna set off so many alarms. I don't even give a shit. N-A. Oh, I'm too short. Can I hit this? Fuck. Okay, so it's right in here. I wonder how many this will take. Oh, quiet ASMR time. Okay. We have to leave this facility immediately. Can we just calmly and quietly exit the facility? It's okay. In these trying times, I'm here to promote a book, and by promote, I started reading last night. You guys, I used my 2 eyes and I read. And I don't read modern romance where it's like contemporary normal. This shit actually kind of cute. Therefore, I may be expanding my library into some normal standard romance. because it is quite cute. Did not expect this turn of events. And by that, I already have one in my pockets that I've had for a while. Oh, baby. I need to put my trinkets in somewhere. Oh, a trinket box for my nuts. Hey, everybody. I stored my nuts in there. Don't lose my nuts, okay? Oh my god, you guys. I have more nuts. Can I get more nuts? No. Okay. More nuts. We need one more nuts, okay? You guys, we gotta spare some nuts, okay? As long as you can spare some nuts for me, we can win. A box of snacks for your nuts? Yeah. Box, not a sack? Yeah, it's a box. It's a box for my nuts, everybody. Also, I'm trying to be quiet. That probably wasn't as quiet as it should be. Who punched that?
Why would you do that?
Can I spare you a nut or two? Ah, greatly appreciate a nut or two. Oh my god, in these trying times, some nuts. Sorry, I dislocated your nuts and I stole them. Sorry. I'm sorry. I stole your nuts. And I'm gonna store them in this box. A box for my nuts. Another box for my nuts. I must sound like a madman. Oh, of course she walks down my aisle. React calmly, everyone. It's okay. Your nuts will return to you. Possibly. That lady might have took your nuts, okay? Lost my nuts in the war. Oh no. Oh, I think we can find you some spare nuts. Okay, 2 done. Look, maybe if I dig my hands in that box, I can find you some nuts. Oh no, gas. That gas is not your nuts. What if I want to run fast, everybody? Addicted to the speed, let's run. Speed. Speed. Are we this again? Can I be loud again? Think so? No, it hasn't been enough. I'll be back. 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 Hi, Luffy. Hi, Luffy. Boopy. Yes, Boopy, everybody. Oh my god, some nuts. Stealing his nuts. Stealing his nuts. I stole his nuts, everybody. I stole his nuts. I stole his nuts, everybody. Nuts. Oh, nuts, bro. It's a bag of nuts. There it is. It's been 5 minutes. I can be loud again. I don't know where to store my nuts, everybody. Brick. Anybody have a box for my nuts? You know that you know the meme of the what the fuck was he from? Oh my god. Malcolm. What is his name? But his like knees and his like hands in his pocket. That's what I feel. That's a smile that I felt like right there. Okay, this one's going in my personal use. Breaking my ankles. Why am I good at this game? Why am I good at this, but then I absolutely fumbled Resident Evil Requiem on Insanity. I fumbled that shit so fucking hard, bro. I've never fumbled so hard in my life. Actually, I have. You know, I've fumbled before. I didn't fumble though. I did it. I'm going to with this. Oh, there's a box for my nuts. I don't even need to collect these anymore, actually. Because you were distracted by Leon. You're so right. Oh. I didn't expect that to be open, and then I got scared because I saw red. And so I feared for my life for a mere moment. Oh, this is a really cute set. This set is Futterman's set for teaching kids. Is that more nuts? It's not. I was gonna eat them. I was gonna eat the nuts. Do you think they would be upset if I ate the nuts? Somebody's gotta take me away from... Oh my god, we finished it! I don't even need these anymore. I'm gonna just go quickly use them. I guess I need them, I just don't need them. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Brother. Oh, as soon as I take it, it switches. Oh. There were some items over there. In my brief moments of having vision, I saw items. I love Leon so much. Okay, get your shit over there. Okay, come on, buddy. Come on, let's go, let's go. You got 2 more sets, okay? You only got 2 more shows. Don't worry about it. You got this. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Here, I'll give you a hug. Oh, it's a book. Okay, and then we go this way. And then we look in this room. Damn, that bitch huge. And then I don't stop walking, please. For the love of God, I don't know why I stopped walking in that moment. Ooh. I never walked here before in my life. Wow, this is really cool. Anybody want to get their nails done? Oh my god, is this MAC products? We got some powder, everybody. Anybody is a little bit oily, you know, just powder. I don't know where that person was. I don't know where that evil person is. We just need to get in Studio 3. I almost got punched. I'm a little scared.
If you guys have a prime, slap that prime on the table like a big fucking cock. Show everybody that you have a big fucking dick today and slap that prime on the fucking table right now!
Yes. We're gonna sit here a mere moment because I want another Spanish song. I don't remember the name of it though, but it's in my fucking likes. So I'm just gonna scroll in my likes really quick. I also gotta go piss again. Why the fuck do I have to go piss scroll again? ¿Dónde está? ¿Qué? What did I hear? I hear some... Is he still here? He was actually still there. I like retracted my neck. Where's the other... Oh my god, Rocky Dublin Road. That's French. That's the French songs. That's not Spanish. Okay, are we safe? That's Spanish, but not the Spanish one I was looking for. I do actually really want Dracula. I really want that song too. I fear if I peek my head out right meow, I think there's a man there. Oh, there is a man. This is a jammer. Okay. We need the nurse back. Okay, Life's gotta go.
What is that?
Gotta get this shit out. Don't worry, I'm helping you. You're gonna have a doctor examination, buddy. You're gonna have a doctor examination. Don't worry.
Don't take the lady away.
Okay. Don't take the lady away. Camera's on this side. We're playing Ring Around the Rosie.
What is this?
Actually, we're not. Put that here. I'm gonna put this here. I have to remember I'm on standard, but I need to learn these maps before. No, we should have just played this on intensive. Oh, excuse me, excuse me.
Oh no.
Did I hear somebody open a door?
Good grief.
Okay, camera.
What now?
Nothing, dude. Don't worry about it. We don't need these ones on set. Oh my god, I could put my nuts in there, bro. I gotta stop saying that. I'm so happy family's not over today.
Please don't.
Oh my god, that's a man.
Stop it.
Fucking Rufy. Rufy, go away. I hope he doesn't look at this barrel. Oh my god. You know, there was a moment where when B was playing Resident Evil, as someone who doesn't play games a lot, she would take her hands off the keyboard and everything and just like relax. I'm like, put your hands back on there. But like, this is not the time. This was one of those times that I should have learned from my own actions. That it was in fact not the time to take my hands off the keyboard. Oh god, don't talk in my ear like that, bro.
Help me. Make this stop.
I'll play a little bit of a Ring Around the Rosie.
Don't take the lady away. What is this?
Oh my god, what was that noise?
Go on.
Why do I hear Mr. X?
God. Oh no. Oh, good grief.
It's genuinely horrifying.
What now?
Oh, don't worry about it, guy. Oh, he's in the right spot too. Where's my... Oh, stairs. Okay. Okay, so what do we have? A? Oh, I see. A2. A22. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. We have A, K, and G. A, K, G. 12, 22, and 2. Okay. 2. Is it 12? Pretty sure it's 12, 22. 2, 12, 22. 2, 12, 22. So 2 2s. 2, 12, 22. There we go. What goodies do you have up here? Take that one. And use that one. Now we move on. We're gonna give him an eye examination, everybody. So if you don't like drilling in the eyes, don't ever... Oh, I hate that noise. Don't worry, everybody. He's fine. He just might be a little blind now. He's gonna need glasses. Come on, come on. You got one final performance, my dude. One final performance. Don't worry, it's your last thing you gotta do today, and then you're free. God, I loved that edit I did for. Oh my god. For. Don't hit me. Oh my god. For the Outlast Trials TikTok I did. Get up there to there.
Brought to you tonight by the good people at Crest Chemical.
I can only take 3 at a time, so I'll take 2. Give me this. Give me this. Give me your head. Your fucking head. We're gonna go back and figure out which ones. I need to get to the rafters. Oh, I can't. I have to do one, and then I can do all 3 at the same time.
I keep dreaming of father.
Why did they spawn it right in front of me?
Oh, there's nothing but this.
What?
You can't hurt us anymore.
And another one?
You held us hard.
I wonder what the jammer does to them. Wonderful. How wonderful of it. Entirely correct. They're coming back. They're coming back. They're coming back. Give me that. They gotta. They about to see. They gotta. Okay. We gotta run down. We gotta take this booing tape now. Oh, wrong door. I did that so many times last night. I put it back in his head, and then he's gonna say boo. Wonderful. And now we gotta make the show ratings go down and make him pay for his actions. What we got up here?
He has the nicest head of hair on television. I don't want to start any trouble, but what do you think about that, Bob?
Yeah, Bob, what do you think about that? Oh my god, I didn't even let you guys hear the words at the front. The paparazzi at the front of the studio, when you first spawn in, his name's Bob, and some of the audio is just the girl saying, "Fuck me, Bob." And I'm like, oh, okay. Is there 2 down here? Oh, do I only have 3?
Anything you want to say to
Okay,
the
corner man and... Oh yeah, me too, Bob. Me too, Bob. Good job. Oh, is somebody over here? No. You... And... Oh my god, and you... Get out of here. The fuck out. What did I do to deserve this?
I miss a mirror, Bob.
Just as shit. There, try again.
I'm hungry.
I know when you're hungry.
I'm starving.
Oh my god, what did I do to deserve? What did I do to deserve this? I didn't take one of the tapes. I was a little stressed. Oh my god.
You violated scores that got
Get the fuck out of here.
my sister.
I'm not gonna lie, I started like moving my feet. I'm like, I gotta go. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hey, Skinner Man, I ain't got no time for you. I'm gonna throw up now. What's on the other side? Oh! Hey! So everything... Okay, I gotta run. Everything went to fucking shit, my dudes. Apparently I wasn't going fast enough, and so the Jaeger said, hello. Excuse me. Pardon me. There's the cassette. Oh my god, I dropped it. Okay, so I just need to be careful of the Jaeger. Hello? Oh, it's a stupid cheating song again. Oh my god. I'm fucking mannequin. That guy scared me. I'm like bracing for impact. Give me that. I hit so many bombs. Bow, 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 bow. Oh, they're fucking right there, bro.
Don't be crude. I'm freshly bathed.
That's your potions, dear. Even if you're
They have no right to do such.
not whatsoever.
I'm okay. Oh, this door should be good still. Yeah. Okay. Full fucking send it. This is the last tape, and then I have to cut him in half. Oh my god. He takes so long to pick up the tape. I think the Jaeger's gone now, too. Oh, I love the song. Another adrenaline, actually. I really wish I could find a stun rig. I don't think I've found one at all this time around. Oh, I didn't even realize that was up. Oh, there's our radio. Oh, there we go. This is gonna be quietly gross. Quietly gross. Look. Oh my god. Are they gonna run at me? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, it's Sneaky Man. It's okay, I'm insane. Ow. We're just leaving. We're just leaving. We're just leaving. Okay. Oh my god. Where's the window? Oh my god, I don't care anymore. No, she's not. No, she's not at all. Oh, hi, Mochi. Oh my god, you guys. Okay. Oh, I can fry the TV. That's kind of cool. Okay. Hey, we did it, everybody. Hey, we did it, everybody. Look at that. Hi, Mochi. Come here. Mochi, you want to become a krill? That's stressful alone. Scavenging is so stressful. Mochi? Mochi, they love you, Mochi. Mochi, come back. Come back. Come here. Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. It's Mochi time. Hold on, sorry, I'm short. There you go. Mochi time.
You may be my ideal student, my inspiration, a gift to science. I think you are.
You know, I kind of
perfect
needed to go to the
masochist.
bathroom again, but I guess I'm not leaving. Cat on me now. What settings do I have this on? Oh, now I can't hear anything. Okay. It kind of sounds funny in my ears. She is a cutie. I need to clean her eyes. She just woke up. Yeah, Mochi, you got a little... Such a cutie. Ow. Mochi, you got goop in your eye. I leveled up! Genesis. Oh yeah, because that was a full trial. What did I get for that? Oh, interesting. Oh, it's just in Resident Evil. I try to hit the back button as if I was in Resident Evil. Okay, so this is Clue. We're gonna play the Clue map. And I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. But it's okay, we're on standard. It's fine. I'm not on the hardest difficulty. In scavenge. It's fine. What's stuck to me? Mochis. I do. I could have a Dr. Pepper. Your breath kind of stinks, though. What a life she has. She gives me kisses on the nose, and then I give her a kiss on the forehead, and she's like, okay. Dude, the S on my keyboard, the whole corner of it is like, oh my god, same with D, specifically D and S. The like color is completely like rubbed away. I don't know if I need to even do anything. This is the map I was talking about earlier, though. That's Clue. So I'm very excited. I love this one. I want to turn myself into a krill, but now Mochi Cam is on, so...
Prepare. Open yourself to new experience. Know that pain is the lubricant of growth.
Ew.
I love you, and I wouldn't ask you to do anything that won't make you stronger.
Oh, he is losing it. Ooh. Why did it show that image? Wait, why did it show that image? Oh, hey, 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 oh, hey, oh, whoa. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Hi. Oh. Oh. Cool party trick? Okay. Well, whoa there, man. Whoa there. Take me to dinner first. She puts her arm over my hand like that all the time, and then I can't play. Hi, Kev. How are you? How has work been for you? Ooh. Okay. Okay. Is that how I found it? Sorry, I'm losing my mind. This map made me lose my mind last night, so... I forgot I'm dying immediately. Okay. No longer dying immediately. Does this actually like drop down? Faulty generators, my ass. They never fucking stay on. Okay, okay. Exist, work is work, real as hell. I feel that very much. Sorry, sir. That's mine now, though. So the iron is here, so there's a weapon missing. Okay, remember this. Here. You want to take a look at this. So he is missing his right arm and right leg. Okay, I gotta turn this on. Oh, hi, Haunted. Okay. Give me a mere moment and I'll do a roll for you. Let me heat my little booty up again. I think I'll play the blood trails. Because I think the first blood trail led me to somewhere. Led me to somewhere? Wow, no shit. Led me to the exact room. Give me that. Stray kids. Think stray kids. Oh my god, you guys. My nuts. I found them. I found my nuts, everybody. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know why I broke down the door like that. Okay, let's store my nuts here. Okay, you guys remind me to pick up my nuts later, you know? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I could have put my fucking nuts there. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm doing well. Is there a nut dispenser in there? Look. Look with your special eyes. Okay, somebody's missing his right arm and right leg. 4. The killer is 4. Remember that, everybody. Killer is 4. Killer is 4. Killer's 4. Killer is 4. Killer is 4. Killer is 4. Sorry. Just dying a little bit. Killer is 4. Killer is 4. What's in there? Killer is 4. Oh, scary. Oh. Having fun? Honestly, yeah. I really am. I love this game. Oh my god, I missed the window. Oh, the weapon room's in there. It's dead this time. Okay, so 4. Let's go check the weapons. Oh no! It was too late. Oh. You can see my face right now, the sheer shock in my face. Oh, I fucked up. I need more nuts, though. More nuts. Not nuts. Oh, I still need more nuts. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Kitty, yes! She never even came out of this. Get about you because I can't even decide. Okay, this way, okay, this way. Okay, this way. Okay. No, no. More nuts. Oh. Supermarket. Okay, I need to do math. Okay. Iron is missing. It's a candelabra. Okay, scabba. It's candelabra. So 3. Oh my god, I'm in the dark. Oh my god, I'm in the dark. Okay. I've returned. Welcome back. 5. Okay, I need to compose myself. 4. Did I say candelabras 3? Sound and conditioner to get. So 5. Room is 5. Person is 4. Candelabras 3. Can I put my nuts anywhere in here? Does anybody remember those? Oh my god. Okay, room is 5. Room is 5. Where can I put my nuts? Where can I put my nuts? Oh my god. I don't have a bottle. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. Oh my god, don't touch me. Oh my god, don't touch me. Oh my god, don't touch me. Dropping my nuts off. Oh my god, that was a little too close. I'm in my ass. Oh man. My ass. Okay. Since I'm hiding, haunted, you wanted to roll. You got a 3, 8, and a 12, so you're doing pretty good. You didn't get a nat 1, so we're recovering. Sorry, Mochi. I got really stressed, okay? Started tippity-tappity with my toes the last match. I gotta stop touching my hair. It's gonna make it worse. Bye! Ew. Have fun at work. Be safe. Have good drive. I love you. Okay, so I don't remember the numbers exactly. So I hope I remember this exactly. We've made our conclusion. The killer was 4. He was in the, I don't know what fucking living room that was. Room 5, and he used the candelabra. Number 3. And I was fucking right. There you go. Oh my god, someone's nearby. Did he see me? Oh god, he saw me. Fuck you. He made me fall down. Goober, you wanna roll? Yeah, Yancy. 5, 6, and a 15. You're doing good, Goober. You got a 5, 6, and a 15. And we woke up Mochi with that. What? Hold on. Okay. The hold on was to Mochi. She's getting kind of angry. Sorry. You can have that space. I'm sorry. Just hands. Sorry, Mochi. I just had to roll the dice. Sounds about right. That's good then. Hopefully, well, you're doing better than a lot of us. And by that, we all got those nat ones earlier, and I don't know why. It was crazy. What if I krill this? I really like that. It's too... Some office work to do? Working on a project makes you stern to clients. Oh, stressful. Like, good?
Mistakes, like the crackler on the surface of a vermeer, only highlighting your beauty. You grow stronger every day.
Ooh, he has new things. He has new things to say to me. And Laura, the guy, the first guy, your little piggy, a fat guy won one of these trials. So the okay, I call them X-Bobs, but the X-Pops, they are other experiments that Easterman has done. A lot of the prime assets, so like the big guys, like Coil and whatnot, are people that they brought out outside that have already had prior stuff happen, and so they bring them in and do big experiment on them, and they're more loyal. This type, they're really loyal to Easterman. The X-Bobs and the other guys that like can just like punch you off the walls are all prior experiments. There are the reagents that can go back in now and kill you. And that's just kind of the distrust and whatnot. You can find dead bodies of other people like you in the trials, as well as the people you're killing in the trials are also reagents. I don't know why I went here. Oh my god, can I just see my knife? Where is this? Oh, it's that one. I do actually really like hers, but I always keep my little Skinner me on. Guess I should be up here. Woohoo! So these trials technically don't have anything to do with Outlast 1 and 2. Yes and no. This is the same company and same, okay, so, when you do the escape, okay, hold on. Because yes, it does. Not directly, but it is all connected. Up here, sometimes you can see the man who does take over and is the old man you see in Outlast Trials 1. As well as when you do this and you escape, one of the times that you wake up, it does allude that you become one of the, what are they called? What was it called? The writers? Whatever that ghost guy was from the first game that they experimented on, you become one of those. So this is all experiments done through the same company. This is just earlier on, as well as, in Outlast 2, the cult there is the same cult that Lilia, I think that's her name. Records? No, not records. Evidence. Yeah, that Lilia, Sister Lilia, the cult that she is part of and everything, well, the religion and what she speaks is what the cult is in Outlast 2, I believe, as well as in Outlast 2, if you look in the distance, you can see the facility, which is this facility. So it's in the same area as Outlast 2. TV proposal. I should read these one of these times. I've never actually properly gone through these. I have a lot of them. Grape mixed with apple. I love grape flavoring, even if it's fake. Oh, claim reward. I like that it stacks. What's this? Oh. We don't tend to die. But we died a lot yesterday. Knocked down 50 times. No, thank you. I don't really want that. I like seeing those. I think I need to... turn that down a little bit. Okay, what have we got? But yeah, there are connections to both Outlast games. Because overall, it's the same company that is doing all the experiments and everything. But this takes place way before even Outlast 1. Okay, so there's one more new trial. Cancel the autopsy. Trial maker. Escalation! We're gonna do this one. Fumigate the factory, which is another new one. Mochi, can I leave you to entertain them? She's kind of getting a little annoyed, if you can tell. I put my phone down. Okay. If you can tell by her tail. She's getting annoyed, but she's the one who laid on me. Self there. Mochi?
Hey. 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 Can I move? Hey, can I move?
I'm trying to see if I can get up. But I don't know if she wants me to get up. Mochi, please. I don't know what this MK is. Fumigate the factory. I'm pretty sure it's a toy factory, which I'm not excited for. A long way towards the reputation of good. Goomber, I'm so happy that you are enjoying your new workplace and everything. I'm so glad you got this place. Really so happy.
Mochi.
Can I get up, please? I say as I am standing. Nope. Okay, Mochi, you're the one kicking the keyboard. It's very good. Like, I'm really happy. I know that's stressful finding new jobs. I'm in that spot right now. I have to drink this water weird. Can Mochi some pets for me? Yes. Put that down. She is kind of getting annoyed, but she's the one laying on me, so that's her own fault. Oh, Mochi, your breath stinks. I gave her kisses when she meowed.
May I kidnap her for a few days?
Nay. She would also absolutely hate you. And me, even though I'm not the one kidnapping her. She'd be like, Mother, why did you let this happen, Mother? Mother, why? Did I scratch that or did that? She would hate us all collectively. Okay, Mochi, I do one more and then I get up. Oh, I gotta move. Am I upstairs? No. I don't know why that person's character is so out of breath.
Fine, she can bite me as long as I can pet. Mochi, would you let pet?
I don't know if she would let pet. I'd believe she would let you pet. I don't know where to put this. I don't know what these hallucinations are going to be. Oh, I was still looking for that one song. Easter, love that song. That's Butterfly.
You are the happy accident. The unnoticed leak
I do like this
that invites invisible death. Ushering out the workers whose lives linger beyond their productivity. Fumigate the factory, kill the employees, and we will
You
let you
throw
out.
yourself upon your sword to save me. Mother, how dare you not die for me? Mother, I hate you probably. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I love that song. I need that song. I don't know what's happening on my screen. Hello. Oh, wait, is this fucking factory? Okay, so I'm queuing up some music and we're just gonna blast this and hopefully not get confused. Okay. Hold on. Where is this one on? I'm really still trying to find it. I don't know how long ago I liked it. I don't know what song it was. So that does not help at all. Paw my shoulder. Is it there? No. Bite marks? No. You guys, what if I play League of Legends? I shouldn't. Attack. No. Ooh, I do like this Ultra Kill song. Oh god, it has to be here somewhere, please. Glare obscure. Heaven says we'll do that one. Okay. Okay, excuse me, Mochi. Let's go. Oh, it is a toy factory. Wahoo! 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 Oh, we need to find my nuts again, bros. He had my nuts. Give me that. That's not yours no more. It's mine. Give me that. Mine. Hi, Futterbin. Section A, Section B. Okay, we're fumigating. Okay. I need to itch my nose. I have much for. Oh my god, is it more nuts? Oh my god, it's more nuts. Hey, but I don't know where to store my nuts, you guys. Oh, I need to heal. Oh my god, it's some more nuts, you guys. Okay. Okay, but can I store my nuts somewhere? Okay. Is there any place to store my nuts? I mean, if somebody comes into stream asking why the fuck I'm saying that or questioning that, I don't think they're fans of the games anyways. These games are freaky. Anyways, I don't know where to put my nuts. Is that more nuts? No, it's not. I have nuts though. I need to put them away somewhere. Can I store my nuts somewhere? Okay, so it's split up again. Okay, so like... I'm gonna take these.
Hydrate, you bastard!
Hydrate! That was pure fear that just came from that moment. Okay, so I'm fully stacked now, but I don't know where to put my nuts. And I also gotta hydrate now, so we're just gonna do this. Hydrate in a weird way. But I hydrated. Hello? Madonna? Round 2? Oh yeah, I gotta follow that. But where can I put my nuts? My nuts. Is that a person? Oh, it's blind man. Excuse me. Okay. We gotta go back to the beginning. I didn't mean to ping! Why did I ping? Did I actually try to use this? Probably. Take that. Take that. Take this. What is this? Okay. Oh boy. Oh, fucking hell. You kidding me? How the fuck do I get in there? What's this? Nuts. If you could see my fucking face right now. Don't hit me. Ow. I'm not every living, breathing moment. The fucking Jaeger's out. Oh, it's a Jaeger. It's a Jaeger. Okay, Jaeger's there. Okay. Head goes out.
What's in your head?
Oh my god, I'm fucking stuck. Okay. Oh my god. Shit stain. That's so rude of you, ma'am. Oh my god. Jaeger's here. One. Oh, ah. Is it stinky in here? Wait, I gotta follow too? Ma'am, ma'am, you're in my way, ma'am. Oh my god. Oh god. Hey, so this trial is actually, really fucking rude. Wow. She broke down the big door I needed to be broken down. Wow. Wow. Isn't this the one I followed earlier? Jesus fucking Christ, I gave myself a heart attack. Oh, I have a lockpick. Oh, what was this? Oh my god. Ah, who are you? Can I leave? How do I leave? How do I leave? How do we leave? Mochi, how do I leave? Mochi! How do I leave? How do I leave? What do I need? Is the Jaeger still out? Spread the gas throughout the factory? How do I do that? I really need to itch my nose. Me too. There's fucking 3 of them? Okay, okay. And I did that one. Okay, so we did this one. Oh my god. I really want this song again. Okay, we turned it up a little bit. Okay. Assume it's this one that comes out this. But then isn't this the one that I followed over here? But there's one that goes this way. Okay, so we gotta go to this one. Okay. Wait, sorry, I just looked at your little fucking message. I know what you guys do. Well, thank you. I think this guy has all my nuts, so you can take it from him. He can give you the nuts that I stored. You might be a little bit angry about it, but you know, it's fine. I just give him. You know the meme from the, oh my god. From Monster House? The man who, like, grabs it and fucking runs the cookie? Who's fucking there? Oh, a stinky man? Oh, it's this. I need this. You're rude. Ooh, I don't want his nuts. I want. Well, he has my nuts. I fucking love this song.
Don't be afraid.
Fuck you. Hey, where'd he go? Is it Snake Eater? Yes, it is. It's gonna be so funny because every time I say this, the music gets muted in the VODs, so it's just gonna be me going. Stinky? 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 Uh-oh, Stinky. Uh-oh, Stinky. Oh. Uh-oh, Stinky. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Stinky. I don't feel any. I'm gonna sip this. Oh, that leads over there. Oh, what do we got here? What do we got here? That, you know, take that. We're gonna take this, and we're gonna do this. Okay. Oh god, I thought somebody was gonna be right there. Okay. The longest it'll matter. This is the time skip song. Do you like the other, fuck. The other Snake song? I was right by it. I say that as if I have the time to stop and scroll. I always do. God, what a fucking good song. What a fucking good song this is. Oh my god, Mochi, now is not the time.
Nothing. Not a fucking
Mochi, I can't see. Don't put your tail in my mouth. Okay, well, Mochi, now you moved. Well, yeah, I gotta move the camera so that they can see you instead of just seeing your butt. Well, unfortunately, I need to go that way now. Don't worry about it. What does that smell? Nothing. Oh no. Me. Hey, where's that? Bottle is being yeah. Wow. Oh. Where is it? Where's Snake Eater? Why does my like songs look like that up there? I forgot this was queued up. Let's go! Skibbity-bitty-dum-ba-dum-dum. Dum-ba-dum-dum. Skibbity-bitty-dum-ba-dum-dum. That was a fucking rude. Somebody just saw me. I need to find more nuts. You ever think about that? I need more nuts. Okay, it didn't go. Okay, well, it went in here. Okay, it went this way. Oh my god, more nuts.
Call me Mother Gooseberry in front of the children.
Why did I turn off my Googles? I like it that. I'm scared. I need to put my nuts somewhere. Okay, there they are. Somebody open this for me. Delicious. Exactly. The only way to game. Okay, maybe I should follow the pipes. Maybe I should really follow the pipes. Those are the wrong pipes. Oh my god. It goes in there. Why did I put that on? Mochi's holding my paw. My paw? My paw? My hand! What she thinks is my paw.
That sounds like a naughty child. Well, why don't you go around now?
You're a human, you have hands. I know, that's why. Because it's her paw on my hand. Oh, it takes a long time. This is the best Resident Evil song ever. I just try to grab Mochi's paw as I don't know what song's gonna play next because I didn't key up anything else. Oh, I did. Stinky. Uh-oh, Stinky. One goes there. One goes this way. It's vital. You're shitting me. Let me through the fucking door. Trick it. Fuck you. Running past you before you get eepy. Hey, do I need more nuts? Do we know that? Also, it looks like I did actually queue up some of the songs. I need to turn it down though. Uh-oh, Stinky. Regroup at the incinerator. I don't know where I am. Wrong way. I like that it says regroup as if as if I, you know, maybe I can form words. Oh god. Oh god, it's really stinky in there. Okay, we gotta watch it happen. I guess I'll turn down the music. I just... Is he dying? Skinner Man? Oh my god, she was after me! Oh no. No, 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 I'm too young! Open the door! Open the door! Open the door! I didn't realize I was dying. I was dying. Rocky Amadeus. I hope you guys are enjoying Mochi Cam. Oh, I want her to go to the bathroom. She's still in my hand. Oh, okay. She got up. Do you need a sneeze? Okay, your butt's in my face, bro. Your butt's in their face. Okay. Oh, hold on. You may descend, ma'am. Hello, I'm back. Streamer's back now, unfortunately. Weird.
You have no country, no church. You are the lamb, and you are
I feel like I'm hearing weird noises in the game. What's he gonna say this time?
You're letting the fear feed you. I knew you deserved my love. Maybe now you know it too.
No, sir. No, thank you, sir. Okay, I'm gonna run to the restroom. Excuse me, ma'am. Sir. Ma'am, sir. I'm so close to the microphone. I should back away. Yeah, I should back away. I start to like lean forward when I game, and not even to crunch. I just gravitate to the screen. We're gonna stand here menacingly. I still haven't found the song that I wanted. Won't lie, cracked my ankles. It went pop pop. Where is it? Oh, all of my Punch Showdown songs. I miss that game. I should play it again sometime. Get in the water. I do want this song. I'm queuing up random ones and then we'll get to it eventually. I am Astrobot. That's all of that one. That's a musical. Dangerous. There we go. Okay, I'll be right back. You'll play whatever you want this weekend. I might like. Ooh, yeah, because you're that with a sale. Frick yeah. I will be right back then, and then we will continue. I'm gonna get something else to drink too because I'm almost done with water. I'll be back. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna krill. Sorry, Mochi. Oh, I'm sorry. I realized by Krillin and Krill, you lost Nessie. I should make Nessie into a Krill. Also, I didn't get anything else to drink. How many people are letting their phones, batteries die? So sorry. You gotta see Nessie again. Here, I'll give you the up close. Here, hold on. So you can actually stare at Nessie in the eyes. You know? Little Nessie. Rock me on my dias. Sorry. I can decently sing. I won't lie. But anytime I end up singing on stream, no. That's just fucking awful. Fucking awful. Where is this freaking song? Hi, B. How? Do you like Resident Evil 6? Okay, who's asking? Is it Ken? And or are you gonna repeat my words or can they hear? Made a purchase? They can hear? Okay, so I love Resident Evil 6. It's fucking god-awful, but it's so much fun when you play with other people, and if you want to play Resident Evil 6B, please. I love it. I love playing that game so much. The controls, fucking awful, but the story's really good. I do love it, and I don't know, it's fucking fun. It's so silly. The only frustrating part is the, says you're goated. Fuck yeah. Because it is, compared to like a lot of the Resident Evils, it is relatively bad. But it's so fun. It's so fun, and I love it. Also, the lore, the like story is goated with the sauce. I love it. Mochi agrees with everything. Anyways, you wanna play Resident Evil 6? We can play Resident Evil 6. I wonder if it'd be better on a controller. Oh my god, I forgot about this Bleach song that I love. Oh, dopamine split brain! We made an impulse buy. Good. Yeah, I'm like, the spring sale right now, so I know that shit's cheap. I have all of the games. Honestly, that one I never had in person. I rented that one from Gamefly back in the day. Also, throwback B, I have Rock Me Amadeus playing right now. If you ever want to play B, we still need to get through the other games, but yes. Yeah, exactly. It's a little bit more rough when you play it alone, but it's still really fun. I think it's still fun alone. It's not as fun as with friends. Tell you about it. Yeah. Yeah. We still need to play through the other games, but we'll see what we play next time on game day. Where the frick is this song? It sure is me trying to find a single song on my likes. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Do you like this song, everybody? Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. It's beautiful, isn't it? Meow, meow. Wonderful. Meow, 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 meow. I know for a fact at this point I've scrolled past the song, but here I am. Oh my god, I still have never actually played this game. And unfortunately the song is queued so far down. We'll eventually get to it. Did you know? On a time that I made the Resident Evil died. You go back and play the Jack and Ada? Jake and Ada campaign. I'm always down to play. Fair. Drag be into it. But yeah, because I do Sherry and Jake's story is my favorite. Ada's was always annoying playing, but because it's meant to be alone and I like the random agent just with her. But because it's so much more like Mission Impossible, which is fine. It's just rough in that game. But I love it. I love it. I can't believe we did actually beat all the games. I guess it's not all the games because we didn't do Revelation, but all the main story games in time for Requiem. Because I feel like they all took a decent amount of time. Hold on. But then we hit 7 and Village and we just fucking bulldozed through it. I didn't expect... I know I had infinite ammo for my pistol in 7, but like that's still, I feel like I went through that so fast. Can I become a B and adjacent people with B? You want to see me krill myself? I can krill myself, you guys. This is my favorite little toy. Oh, I put the real song afterwards. Kind of wish if and the agent died, instead of getting it game over, the agent just respawns as agent 2. That'd be so funny. Agent just becomes Hunk. It would be really cool. I know that would actually have to be lore if they put Hunk in, but I think it would have been really fun. Eliminate. I think I'm gonna do Eliminate Legacy. I actually do kind of like that one. That was really fun. I also want to do Silence the Idol again. Deface the damage. I think we just hit the targets. That's a full trial. I hate this shit so much. I don't know. It's campaign and it's just Hunk and Ada bickering the entire time. I would have loved that. I would have loved that so much. What if I put... I did this the other day. What if I put a headband in my hair? It's not too bad today if I put a headband. Oh my god. I can breathe. I want you guys to know. So I look normal sitting right now. But I gotta back up. This is awful posture. Oh my god, my neck. My posture has been getting worse. I think because for me, since I have bad posture to begin with, it hurts to put it back, so it's like working out when you like stretch yourself too much. So I'm just like, oh, I just want to like, but I'm like, no, we need to sit up, which thus far, if I sit up, I'm actually taller. Crazy concept. Not shrimping at a very bad angle. Definitely not. Definitely not. Nope, I believe you. I definitely wasn't. No. You should completely safe. Yeah, it's fine. I bet. I like that name. Is I bet. Heck the killer. Excuse me. I just phased through the man. After you finish this mission, I have to kill you. Ada, you can try, but you'll fail. Exactly. I don't want to be close to the microphone. What if I become... Thank you for the kiss. Sorry, I realized she gave me a smooch. If I'm just loud and project, it's fine. But realistically, I should put this closer. It's just... Oh, am I... Oh, that's why. I want to, like, concurrent it towards me, but Mochi's too close.
You and I
so I can't go that way more.
To span the abyss of history.
So
You are the citizens of the future.
Yeah,
Manifest
I'm Krillin.
your individual power.
We're just Krillin here, you know? Sorry, the song was really good. My friend learned to crochet. You guys, The Mummy Returns is having its 25th anniversary in theaters. It's coming back March 27th. Hold on, what day is it? It's coming back Friday. I'm so fucking excited. Okay, I can move the microphone a little bit. Oh, sorry, I'm still a shrimp. Yeah, you know, fuck it, we shrimp it. We shrimping. Okay, we're not shrimping, we're krillin. If you're krillin, where's your Android 18? That's fair. I'm simply a krill. I don't have hands. This is gonna be the craziest concept in your life. I'm a krill, and I'm somehow playing video games. Like, amazing. Amazing concept. Bonk. What if I pull up the lyrics to this song and we start singing it? Because I know parts of it, but I don't know all of it. I need to stop doing goddamn accent because it's not where I'm fucking from, okay, brother? Alright, just calm down there, dude. I don't know why I have that on. Boot. Oh, gas pedal, gas pedal. Oh my god, you guys remember this? Gas pedal. That's not gas pedal. Gas pedal, gas pedal. Door, gas pedal, gas pedal. Gas pedal, gas pedal. Maybe I wanted that song. Gas pedal. Hey, you guys. Have you seen my nuts? I found them. I'm not coming with you. You guys, I found my nuts. I don't know why I jumped over that. It made me extremely out of breath. Fuck you. You ain't getting me, fucking. Were you in here to fucking baby? Yes, I would. That sounds really bad. But I'm gonna hit Bambino right in the head. Hey, where can I put my nuts? Have you guys seen where I can put my nuts? I don't know where to put my nuts. Hey guys, I have my nuts. I don't know where to put my nuts. Can I put my nuts somewhere? Please? What are we looking for? Gas pedal. Gas pedal. Oh my god. Doc, it's your song.
My mouth.
Well, shut up now. Now it's your song. Sing it. Nuts. Nuts. My like songs are a mess, brother in Christ. Okay, I can put that over there. Is that gonna hurt me? Oh, my health. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, I can use it for a time, a period. So does that mean I can recharge? Anyways, gas pedal. Gas pedal. Gas pedal. Yay! Gas pedal. Gas pedal. I love Morden. Why do you have to fucking die? Now it's time to Solarian. That's actually really cool, being able to like turn it off and on. Oh no, target. I don't want the brick. No. 1, 2, 3. Hey, giraffe. How are you? I actually didn't check this again. Okay, it's not gas pedal. Hold on. Sorry, I'm back. Hello. That wasn't gas pedal. I got excited for no reason. Is there any nuts in here? I'm looking for my girl's nuts, bros. Oh. What do we dodged a bullet? What do, oh shit, brother. I can't open that. I forgot I'm not a krill anymore and you can see me. I hope you're doing well today, Giraffe. Thank you for the Loopy Tunes. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, let's use the rest of this. What's she fucking doing? What a freak! I'm not a succulent treat. Also, there's nuts there. That's really cool. The really cool was to it breaking. Okay, we're gonna take this. No deposits for nuts there. Oh, I could deposit my nuts here. I gotta stop. I just have a lot of energy in me now. Bottle. Not assigned, just a lever again. I just have a lot of energy in me. No job, no future. Yeah. Okay, I don't know how loud this next song is gonna be. Oh, it's Kai's song. Oh, and it's Kai. It's nuts. Ah, nuts. Ah, dang it. Ah, dang it. What did I drop? I don't know why I made that face. It's sharks with legs. Tell me the magic word. What is it? What the fuck is wire cutters? Sharks with legs. Oh. Oh. Is it you?
3 targets remaining.
Oh, okay. Wire cutters for energy. Hey, what does that one mean? So I think I meant wire cutters like energy. Oh no, it's jumper cables. They're jumper cables. That makes sense. You gotta jump your battery when your car dies. I was so confused with some of them the first time around. Yeah, honestly, dude, I was like, we're cutting wire. Ooh, notes. I was just gonna end up starting to hit them, but we guessed on the first try. Oh, good luck. Oh. Bye, sir. Well, we're here learning. Because I think I've only gotten a couple of the different varieties of them. Gotta drop this bottle. He saw nothing. What's that? That. And I don't know what that one is. Okay, 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 Mochi. This is like literally the most inconvenient place for you to lay.
I'm gonna cure you a living.
Oh, hello. Well, I hope he doesn't see me. My cat's laying right in front of me. Not been in a while. Oh, it just hasn't been here in a while. Oh. I don't like the way that man fucking talks. No, I shouldn't say man. That child? I don't want to say child. Okay, now let me get closer. I'm gonna miss it.
2 targets remaining.
What are you gonna be? Give me the brick. Oh, thank God it was open. I shouldn't have ran into it like that then. Oh, just place the heart there. Hi, Mochi. Yes, would you like to see her? I think I can. That's a whole fan. Actually, I really need this. Okay, Mochi, your tail.
See what the lizard sees.
The lizard. The gas pedal. Gas pedal. Okay. Mochi, your freaking tail, man. Oh, do I still need more nuts? No. What's in here? Okay, it's not what we need. This big lady. I really honestly needed that, but it's too late. Wheel. Wheel on the bus. I did not need to do that. Okay. Okay, so where the fuck is it? Okay, we went through there. That's that one. I went through here. That's the wheel. Franco Bambino. Okay, so we've gone in there. That's gas pedal. That was exhaust. Unless there's a second one in there. That's that one. Okay. I don't need you. Let's go wander a little bit then. Oh, hey, nuts. Do I need healing? No. Okay, so, Mr. Man's gonna yell at me if I knock down all of those freaking things. Oh my god. I was like gulping and then it just knocked over everything. Is that somebody? No. Oh. We're just gonna wait because I want to go back that way. Oh, I can't freaking see though. I'm blind. I'm having a day. Okay, so we're just gonna go in blind and we see something, we run. We run for our fucking life. There's our butt cheeks. Your adventure sucks, I'm still fighting it? Damn, still? It's not that one, that's that. If there's anything up here. Should come that way. No, I need to sit up straight. Oh, I kind of needed that. Oh. One? Okay. Oh. Exactly what I needed. Oh my god. Was that the sound of something falling? Like the jump scare? Oh my god. Okay, no, we're just gonna run. This is not Oopie. Okay, she doesn't see. No, gas pedal. Gas pedal. Wheel? I queued up so many random songs. Oh.
Please proceed.
I wonder if I can... I thought there was another adrenaline over here. Buddy, how are you doing? I hope you're well. I am doing good today. These Outlast trials. Yeah, I'm so happy. I love this silly little game. I go in and out of playing it when new stuff comes out, and then I play it enough that I'm like, okay. and then I wait for new stuff, but I still love it. What if I throw every bottle and brick I have right here at Mr. Bambino?
So I like nice things.
Okay, now we run. Oh shit, I forgot I have to do that at the end. So we're just gonna take that in advance. I do hate the sirens because it stresses me out. Oh. Hey, big lady. I can't go that way, but I can, however. No, I can't. Okay, we're just gonna go this way. Oh my god. I didn't expect that somebody to be walking out of a room like that. Okay, can it trigger it, please? What do we need? What do we need? What do we need? What do I need? Gas? It's not over there. That's a wheel. Oh, it's over there. I didn't mean to hit that kid in the back of the fucking head.
Call me infinite! Call me
I made a mistake! I didn't mean to hit the kid in the back of the head. I meant to throw it like in the distance. Okay, so where is it? Okay, it's over there. I just need to get a heart. Okay. Oh fucking, who is he running at me?
Please proceed.
I'll proceed in a second.
Shuttle leaving in 1 minute.
Oh my god, don't say that to me, ma'am. I'm doing my bestest here. Astrobot! I am Astrobot. I am Astrobot. What's my cat staring at? Oh! I'm so glad. I react calmly. Under pressure. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I did it. This is what I mean by Mochi's laying in a very inconvenient place. Will that stay? My keyboard is pushed all the way towards me now. She's just in this... She just like sat herself there. Hey, Mochi. Oh, she's staring at... She's watching the little hand on the screen. Cute cat loaf? Yeah, she's not in prime cat loaf position. The paws are not touched, but she is quite loafing. I'm glad I have a large desk because I have plenty of space for her to loaf on it. But like, man, she's loafing at a very inconvenient spot. Doop. Anyways, hi. Hello, welcome. Unfortunately, it's me, not Mochi.
You're the engine of the future. I fill you with pain and humiliation, and you burn with obedience and prosperity.
You know,
Every day is tomorrow.
he says all that as he's like just like itching his foot or fixing himself in there. He's just like, yeah. Anyway, so like, I love you a lot. Like, you're doing great. Yeah. And oh, I went the wrong way. I didn't go the wrong way. Hey, what happened to the door? Oh, it spawns right there. I thought it was spawning on the other side. Like directly on my lap as I lean forward, so she hates when I game. Oh, how inconvenient for her.
Don't be afraid of your dreams.
Very inconvenient for her.
Believe in your dreams.
Oh, okay. Hold on, let me, okay. So she has... I can't reach. Oh. She has laid herself down now. She is no longer loafing. She is full chillaxing. She is full relaxed, chilling on my desk. In the middle of my fucking Outlast. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Oh my god, is that like purple? Purple. Ooh, that's actually quite nice. What flooring do I have normally? I think I have my old wood floor. Oh no, I have the carpet. I do like the carpet a lot. Oh, there we go. How long has it been? Hell yeah. I didn't get stuck on trials. This I got stuck on last night. I kind of want to play that one again. That one's really fun. I like clip up half of my hair. What if we... I don't think I should. What if we play? What if we amp up the... I shouldn't do that on for that. I could try this on intensive. I itched the back of my leg, which was a mistake. Kid Legacy isn't that bad. Fuming at the Factory wasn't that bad. I just hate the Toy Factory, but it's the second half of the Toy Factory that I don't mind as much. Pop my ankles? Nope, that was my knee. You know, maybe my knees and ankles pop so much because I sit on my legs. Prosecuted. I don't remember. I think I'm gonna play one more on standard. I think I'm gonna do this one because I don't remember it as well. Release of Prisoners was just getting the key to there. I can do that fast. I think I did that in 3 minutes. I think I was on stream when it happened because I was like, oh yeah, I just want to like look around. It's fine. We'll go through this calmly. And then I got invaded and I panicked and I started just running. I run and gunned that one so fast. I wanted out of there. I was not about to get killed. I should do another. I mean, I won't lie. The being... Is it rebirths? No. Relapses are kind of fun. I'm out standard. Yeah. But we gotta queue up more songs.
Freedom can't be given, it must be earned.
Ooh. Oh.
Please enter the shuttle for today's therapy
Wait, I'm hitting the walls. I'm playing games and on the phone at the same time. Oh, this keeps on resetting where it was in my like songs. I'm just gonna rapidly scroll all the way down. This looks like about right. Let's do a couple more scrolls. Katamari. Katamari. A good song. Thunder, the sound. Okay, yeah. Here we are. Oh yeah, dopamine. Oh yeah, I queued up. Oh yeah, I queued up that song too.
Memory is the grotesque narcissism of
Oh yeah,
individuality.
what's this? Is this gonna show something afterwards?
Nostalgia.
I like mixed nuts.
Nostalgia is the testament that will strengthen the flock.
She
Abandon your
moved.
youth.
That was Mochi.
Deface and demean the infantile puppets that control you, and we will let you out.
It didn't show anything that time. Okay. Oh my god, Looney. Looney was such a good song. That was from the Chilla's art horror game we played. Parasocial. That one was really fun. Meow, 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 meow. What song is that? Okay, skip that. Leo, you're loving me? Yeah. Fucking love this song. I love Papa. Okay, I should sit properly instead of like sitting at the edge of my seat and then any health here? Oh my god.
3 targets remaining.
Okay, it's only 3 targets. I do need to find health.
2 targets remaining.
Okay, don't get hurt. That's all I need to do. Nuts! Ah, nuts. Forgot I have to collect my nuts. Hey guys, I've lost my nuts. Have you seen them? Jammer. Never have I used the jammer so much before in my life. Mow, 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 mow. Okay. That was rude. Got anything in you? What was that? Oh, I need more hearts. Yeah, buddy, I know you're dying, okay? Just calm down a little bit. I cannot risk that being here. Where's the heart? Okay, I'm still looking for health though. Do you got any health in here? No, but you got notes. Yeah, papers. I do like notes. What's that? Nothing. Robot. Brick. Wonderful. Oh. Why did that look slightly different? Please proceed. Well, I need health still, ma'am. I'm kind of dying. That was rude. I wasn't even looking that time. My girlie's in pain. Well, I can run fast. I'm not sane. I don't have a lockpick at all. There's so many locked healths here. I didn't shut myself up so fast. Hello. Okay. Stable. Sorry, first off, I'm not a girly. Second off, yes, I'm in pain. Girly pop. Girly pop, no. Girly pop, no. Don't be in pain, girly.
2 targets remaining.
Girly pop, she almost saw me. Oh my god, my nuts. Oh my god, I'm running. Hey, you guys. So don't panic. It's not very good to panic. It's not good to panic. That's Futterman.
Sworn there was somebody here.
Oh my god. you're shitting me, bro. They're all fucking here. Oh, this is how I get over here. There's a lot of bricks. This was going very smoothly, and then I feel like I just fucked up, but I can put my nuts in here. I do remember that. Oh my god. Hey, what happens if I make you sick? I don't know where the hole is. Stay in there. Paige, that was very bad. That was very bad. Okay, so Mochi is currently shrimping, everybody. Mochi is shrimping. Not me. Mochi is.
Oh, that's why I can't sit up fully. No.
I need Kuromi behind me. I can sit up. Except Mochi's in the way. I mean, at least I didn't take a lot of damage. Nuts! There should be a bowl of soup here, though. That's not a bowl of soup. That is, in fact, not a bowl of soup. Fact number one. Where's my free bowl of soup? Is that even the one for here? Oh! Health? Yes. But now I can't see, so... trade one thing for another. How's this freaking going? Oh, wonderful! 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 Everything is going perfectly fine, Coco. It's going great. Spectacular. I have no vision. This, like, game mode is fucking rough. Dinner at the show? Oh my god, is she asking me out? I love that stupid music. No thanks, man. Okay, so it's right here. Is this more health? That's not health. That's a lie. Oh my god, I need to open this to get that. Oh my god, and I need a battery. Perfect. I thought the lights turned on me. No, I just got fishing again. Oh. Oh, how lovely. What song is playing? Split Brain. Hey guys, let's sing in French, but English. And this is when I learned that I can't spell dopamine fast enough to sing this song. There's a lot of people here. Let's just turn that off. Are we in the light? We're not. But I feel like I am.
Oh, Dr. Buttercup, do I have something in mind?
Is that showing me the lyrics? Oh my god, that's really cool.
Dr. Butterman, that's not what I asked.
Mochi, you can't catch that bird. You can't catch that bird, ma'am. Sir, but she's trying to get something. I missed. You're like, Mochi, you got dirt on your tail or something? Oh no. Oh my god. No, she's not looking at me at all. She's not looking at me at all. Okay. I could go fast. I'm gonna freaking lose it. Oh my god. She can't see the room. I need to stand up. Oh, I'm not gonna stand up. Oh my god. My cat's in the fucking window. But she's half on the desk, half in the window. I just raised her up so she could see a little bit more. That's all I did. Anyways, I'm blind again. I'm blind. I'm dead again. Really thought that was a normal bottle, I won't lie. Oh! Oh! I didn't mean to hit her. I did not hit her. I did not. Yeah. Vampire night. She doesn't know where I am. I'm just fucking up. Call me a bitch. Eewee. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know what I tried to do. I can't see. Okay, come here, Butterman. Fuck you. Oh my god, run. Oh my god, run. I can't see you. Oh my god, run.
Hi, my name is Up.
Miss Up, what do you want? What the fuck is... Oh. What the fuck is up, my dude? I want that, I want that, I want that so much more. Please give me this. Okay, thank you. Do I need more nuts? Shit. Bro, have you seen me nuts? Oh. I'm curling myself. Curled myself. Okay, I need more hearts now. Oh my god. That lady scared the shit out of me. What's in here? That? Give it to me. Hello? Why did I sound like my freaking cat? Oh, that's a clock. Why did I think that was a Futterman? You scared me! Stay over there! You're making me bleed and everything! god. Oh my god, I need that so badly. I need that so badly. I need that so badly. I'm gonna stand in the corner. I'm gonna stand in my corner. I'm gonna stand in my corner. Hi, Jude. How are you? Welcome in. Don't mind anything that just happened. Let's get the shit out of myself. Fuck. 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 Got it. Bow, 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 bow. I'm so glad I was a krill. I'm so glad I was a fucking krill. The sheer shock in my face when I turned around and called me like, oh. Can't believe she. I see him. Okay. Fuck. Fuck you, yeah. Head out. No, don't worry. Don't worry. Oh, oh god, she's over there. Oh god, she's over there. Oh god, she's over there. Is she? I hope she's over there and not over here. I just need some more hearts. Follow the sound of the bottle. Follow the sound of the bottle. I repeat, please follow the sound of the bottle. Hey! Who the fuck is gonna be behind me? Stinkers. Oh yeah, this is the game that I was saying earlier that I haven't even played yet. I really should, because the music is so goated. Okay. Okay. Putting myself here. Standing up for a second. What is she staring at? The game is stressing me out, making me stand up. Oh no, I can't see. I'm blind. I think one's above me. Oh, brother, this guy sucks. This guy stinks. I'm a sneaky snake, okay? If we just pretend we are a snake, we're goated. Nah. Where is it? I hear it. Can I go this way? Oh god, there was a lock there. Ah! Please be what I need. This is exactly what I need. Okay. Look at that. We're wonderful. We're goated. Okay. She's not goated though. She's gotta get out of here.
You creep! You shit!
I don't know what I did to you, Mia. Close the door. Okay. Okay, you guys. We cannot miss. I got my brick stuck up there already. I got it. Oh, please proceed. Oh, my toes! This is how I accidentally kill my mouse. Smash it too hard. What's in here? Adrenaline? Don't smack me. Okay. Oh. I'm in the sun. I'm in the dark. She opened a door for me. Other... Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Katamari. Yeah. That's what... Oh god. Okay, what do we got in here? Ooh, a file. I like that the files can be down below now. Oh, I have to go upstairs and solve that.
What in heaven's name is wrong with you?
Yeah, we do too. Oh my god. I want the party to end, please.
3 targets remaining.
Captain Abby. Okay, let's go. Oh. One,
Targets remaining.
2.
1 target remaining.
I can't throw you, fuck. Give me that. There's gotta be a fucking bottle here, yeah. Give me that shit. Open. Sesame. Meow.
Please proceed.
I didn't find all the nuts. Fuck. It's okay. They won't get my nuts this time around. How much time do I have? 2 minutes. Nuts. Nuts. I missed that whole thing. Is there any nuts in here? Hey, you got any nuts? You got any nuts? I really need nuts. That's not nuts. I really thought that was nuts. Okay, we give up on nuts. Easterman's gonna fucking hate me. I found some more nuts. Oh shit, I can't go that way. Dropping the nuts. Oh god. Pusher my limits here. Oh god. I don't want to die in here.
Shuttle leaving in 30 seconds.
Okay, no more nuts. I went the fucking wrong way. Oh my god. I almost fucking died in the trials. What is she staring? I don't know, I think she's just enjoying the outside view. Hey, we did it. We just didn't collect all the nuts. If I look at my grade. Lame? Oh, rude. Rude? Fucking Easterman called me lame. That is very professional of you, dude. All because I wanted to find my nuts. Lost my nuts though, bro. Oh, excuse me much.
You're making so much
What if I play
progress.
Deadlock? Dude, I miss Deadlock. Fuck, is it Bald tonight? I can't play Deadlock. I can't respond to Bald. Do. Oh, they all said Bald. I guess I Bald. And then play Deadlock. What time is it? How long has it been? Okay, now it's time to suffer. I attempted to put on psychosurgery, but I'm not that insane right now. Bald. Bald. That's what I literally typed. Why do I have so many messages here? Oh, where are you going? Are you trying to leave, ma'am? Okay, she's just on the side now. Okay, so what do we want to do on intensive? I want to solve the murder. I want to play detective. I guess I'll do that. Sure. Oh, I did them all. I could care less. I just like going in and being a psychopath. We could put it on psychosurgery. I should. Oh my gosh, she got such a cute dress on. I really like her dress. I don't know why she looks like that. Oh, toy man over there. I put this on psychosurgery. Not psychosurgery, on intensive. God. Not psychosurgery. Not psychosurgery. Sit down. I should really put on,
If you want to get better, you have to do the
my
work.
wife last night when we were
I
playing.
can't just explain to you
My
how to become a
wives.
different person.
Oh, they
You
one
have
of us
to
changed the
leave.
outfits and she put on the
You have
secret
to
one that we
let
had
the
gotten, except it's
trials
called Golden
inside you.
Showers. So it's very funny. Ow, that really hurts. Damn. I was building a costume at work on Sunday and it freaking bit me because it was. I don't want to see any of that. It freaking bit me because it was metal zippers, and so when I was going to fix something, I hit it. That shit hurt. Hello? She's just like being mean to me. That's all those images were. She was being mean to me. So they built winter. I should shut up. I should shut up on this stream. Sometimes I hear myself talking and I'm like, damn, you know, you can take a moment and like not, like, you can calm down and just shut up. Deliver components, increase stats, limited intel. This is limited intel anyways. Damn. Me too, dude. I'm very cool. Oh, these species are very cool. They're frostbitten. Oh. Doesn't take that. This actually. I need to find health immediately, especially with toast my buns. With fucking Litterad. Oh, she scared me. Nuts. Okay, let me see if I can go. Okay, so he's missing some stuff. Ooh, health. Look with your special eyes. Okay, so the iron is there. And he's missing his head and right arm.
Nobody deserves this. Somebody's got to hunt down the guilty party.
I mean, I would like to. Give me this. Give you? I'm not giving him anything. Oh, I missed that one. Okay. I fully understand this now. Oh my god, nuts. I really... Oh my god, fucking where? I hope she's not behind me. I really gotta find some place to drop off these nuts. I kind of like locked into just scanning this. Oh boy. I can drop my nuts off here. I queued up this song? Damn, okay. Oh yeah, it's this one! I forgot about that song. What's that one? Okay, no. He's a stun rig. Oh god, it wasn't fully there. Oh my god, it's fucking Lupe. Excuse me, pardon me. I was just trying to look for stuff and now I'm all the way back up here. I guess I'll warm up. Okay, Mochi. Oh. Hey, so there's somebody right behind me. Okay. Ma'am, I don't have time to deal with you. Oh, I could have put my nuts there. Oh no, she's still there. Oh, I hear her. Okay, we're gonna lock back in for this. Okay, we're going. Oh, is this just on the other side of that? Okay. Oh! Yowdy. I just stomped on her head! I Goomba stomped that bitch! Did she follow me in here? I need to go back and find the trail though. Hello? We're gonna take this. I'm hungry. You can stay in there, ma'am. Just need to hit the greens, please. Okay. Okay, so deductive reasoning. Candelabra's there. Iron is. Oh my god. I can't deductive reasoning that fast. Deductive. Okay, Farik. Okay. Bella's there. Antler's there. That was there. It's 4. Okay. My nuts. So weapon is 4. They killed it with a fucking what the freak is that called? Oh, those are the same nuts I already took. No, thank you. Oh, please don't be real. Okay. She's behind me. Get away from me. No, the first time I've ever. I turned into an opera singer last night when I was playing this. Okay. Wow. That was the first time I ever screamed like that.
This is my gospel.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Nope. Hey. Nope. Beastie don't want anything to do with you, bitch. Beastie gonna go put herself right in here. Wrong side of the river.
Together, we
Oh.
egregore.
Oh. Okay.
These are the best
I hate screaming while playing games. Even though I also get in trouble with it. Not really.
My flesh will rise no
Fucking opera scream. Okay, excuse me, Mochi. Rock side river. Okay, she's gone. Let's go. Oh, there's a lot of blood there. She did not leave. She did not go far. How fucking rude of her.
Come to me.
I'm in a pickle. I'm in a pickle. I'm not in a pickle. I'm in a pickle. Don't I? I'm just gonna turn into an opera singer, Kai. That's it. I'm really hungry. She's trying to bite my toes. Hey, I found my nuts. I guess that's the plus of the situation. I found my nuts. Did I already use that? I did. She's still here?
Get off me! You missed me!
Oh my god, 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 oh my god.
Whoever's used to hear, let them hear.
She fucking got me. Oh, hi. Oh, and then there's a Luffy in the back. Ow! That hurts, man. Oh, Mochi. Do you see that, Mochi? Am I returning in the same room? That's really fucking rude. Oh my god, I spilled my trinkets. My trinkets all over the floor. I dropped all my trinkets, you guys. It's okay, I picked them up. Okay, so she's right there. There's stuff over there, so I'm just gonna go that way. Okay. We have one of the things. Very bad, very bad, very bad. Very bad. Hey, have I told you guys that's very bad? I can see Oopie through the wall. Oopie, no, come this way? Oopie, no, come this way. Oh, Oopie, down that way. I don't even need to be over here. I just want trinkets. I just want trinkets, please. Okay, I'll take a break. I apologize to all my family that witnessed me get murdered and heard me scream bloody murder in the house, which I live in. But unfortunately, I was dying, so you know what? I can't do anything about it. I need to find my nuts. I do apologize for it. Oh, head and right arm. Head and right arm. 8. 8. 4. 8 and 4. Okay, now we just have to find the room. Hello? That's a naked man. Well, that's very scary. She's right there. You got more health than you? You do. Please don't walk in this room, man. She walked into this room. I dropped my brick, bro. I dropped my brick.
Beastie, and the man comes to you.
I think all of my cute songs ran out. She's over there, though. Oh, wait. I think that one's her. Oh, you're shitting me. That one's her. That one's her. I saw her move. Don't mind me doing little circles around her. It was, in fact, not her, and I have the Jaeger on me now. You shit me, bro. You shit me. Fuck you. No. Oh, I can't go that way. Oh, I can't go that way. Can I go this way? Yes, I can. What's this? My nuts? Not my nuts. My ears.
Very good of you.
I'm so hungry.
Okay. Let's just go back this way and follow the trail.
8-4.
Does that man have anything? X-ray, okay.
What's this?
I already took the nuts and bolts. Okay, I just need her not to jump me because that's very scary. You gotta make sure it's this one. Okay, so that one's been there. I did hit that one with brick, won't lie.
So it continues. I have a cat on my arm.
Doesn't seem... Hey, Izzy. Oh my god. I'm working like... I feel like I'm working under pressure when your boss is like under your...
I see you, shitbird. You think I'm deaf? Stupid bastard. It's two.
Okay, you know what? We'll come back at another time.
Oh my god. The Jaeger feels like when you're working under the pressure of your boss, like behind you, staring at you, and I'm like, hi, can I help you? Do you need something? I don't need anything from you. Is she gonna bust down that door? Is the Jaeger still there? Toast my buns. And then I know what room it is. Yeah, excuse me, pardon me. Is it real? Okay, 7. 7 minutes is all I can spare to play with you. Excuse me, pardon me. Do we remember what the number was? Wasn't that 8? That was 4. And that's 7. I think it's 847. I'm fucking out of breath. Okay, Mochi's laying at the most inconvenient point. 8.
You believe this shit? There's a killer on the loose. You got to find him before he
This was a
strikes
perfect
again.
moment to hit Brill. I did it. I did it. I did it. I fucking did it. I fucking did it. I did it. Me screaming the way I did made me feel I want to grill myself, but I didn't press the button. I didn't. Where did I hear that? I was like, I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, I didn't turn in my nuts. Fuck. I think I had like 1 left. I also got hit a lot, and I did die. Insufficient. I am getting quite hungry, so I think I might end it on that. I don't know. I'm gonna do one more on not psychosurgery, on intensive. My cat. She's just laying on my hand so that I can scratch her face at the same time. Oh, hello. How are you, Remy? I'll do one more. We do one more and we end it on that. I'm not gonna do a full trial though. I don't think I want to do
Can I? My cat's laying on my hand on the mouse so that I can rub her face. Oh, and
Great. Is that the future we're trying to make? I need you to join me in the miracle.
how rude of him. Me forgot to mention that I completed RE9 a few weeks ago. Fuck yeah. Okay, how did you feel about it? What you... Tell us your review. That's my top songs of 2025. Okay, maybe... Oh, Dying to Love was really good. Not gonna lie, it was really good. Oh, 50/50 has a new song. 6? We're gonna blast... I kinda want this song, though. She Bangs and... to Bag, Super Market's good. Where's my song? There it is. Outlast? Okay. We do one more. We're on intensive. I kind of want to do second surgery. I'm not going to. That one's okay. That one's okay. That's the other new one. I feel like we gotta do the other new one. Felt pure anxiety playing Grace. I swear to God. So I started a run on Monday because I beat the game. Loved it. I started it on Insanity. That's what it is. This is intensive. I started on Insanity. Everything hurts me. And I'm even more stressed because she runs so slow. I feel like she runs so slow. And I'm like panicking. I'm like, Grace, I need you to run a little bit faster. I need you to calm your anxiety down and run a little bit faster for me, please. For the love of God, Grace, pick up your feet. We need to run. We need to run, Grace. 9 out of 10, maybe not. Honestly, that's fair. That is a good rating, and I do like that a lot. I could agree with that. Walks like she talks and she talks like... There's so much more now, though. I was complaining about it at the beginning of stream. Because now I want more. I want more. I want more of these characters, the game. But I'm done with it. Like, I finished it. I'm playing it again. But I'm gonna get the same information. I'm playing the game and I cannot do it. I have to play it a few more times before trying that again. No, that's fair. I'm struggling with it. Because it's really hard with Grace. Because there's so many zombies in there too. And there's so many... There's so little resources. And I lost my knife. I have... Oh. You know, maybe I'm not going with that. Monkey. Yeah, I'm not so good in the game yet. That's fair. And it takes so many... Oh my god, it takes so many bullets to take down the enemies. Even as Leon, I was struggling. Because Leon's first opening bit, I was struggling on that bit. I did the double tap by that stupid beginning scene with Grace when you have to dodge a shotgun from the first... from the cop turning. Because I died. Perfectly fine. Didn't dodge the right way. Loaded back in. Was like, okay, I need to dodge now. Got shot immediately. I was like, oh, okay. That's fine. Okay. I didn't want to play anyways. So that was a time. But it's such a good game. Please don't. Yeah. He's got a little something in his throat, you know? Oh, I'm dying. Forgot I'm dying. Oh, I guess I'll take that. Are you a heal, Rick? Yes. She walks like she talks and she talks. I found more nuts. Ooh. Fine. Yeah. No. Yes. You done a speedrun achievement? I have not. Not yet. I would really like to. I'll take this. I miss my perks. Just use it while it's there. Okay. This way. Thank you. Ooh. nuts. She bangs. She bangs. Bang. She moves. She moves. Get that. Skip that. True. Yes, yes, yes. Section B. Let's just do the same side again. I need to find places to put these nuts. Because otherwise it's gonna cause a lot of problems later, I think. Are they close enough? No, okay. I got one. Can I put my nuts over here? I can. 1, 2, okay. Try both in 4 hours. I've barely gotten to the little crystals before leaving the kerosene. That's fair. That's when you just gotta play it a lot. And it's not even a bad thing. You just gotta play it. Cause then, cause I thought it jumped in here and she was in this room. Kinda scared me, not gonna lie. With Resident Evil 7, when we were playing through it, for Kai, it hit a point that I'm like, wow, this is really easy because I was just blowing through it. But because I had played it so many times, I was so used to it. So you gotta do that. You gotta do the training arc. The training arc of Resident Evil Requiem, because it's hard. And especially not knowing which zombies you can just walk past. Oh. That's not very good. Skitterman? Skitterman, that was very rude of you. This is very rude of Skitterman. Okay, my cat's laying on my hand in such a way that's causing me problems now. Okay, I do have to somewhat hurry. Right. Oh, God, thank you, Mochi. How much did they add to Outlast? Right now, currently, what they added new is 3 new trials, but like overall, they've added a lot. Like they continuously. Ah. Oh God, I can't see. I can't see. I can't see. I can't see. Be that. Get there. Oh my God. The pictures so I got enough infinite ammo. Machine gun. So she gives it to Leon. Oh my God, true, because infinite ammo will give it you ammo for that. I'm not excited for the basement part as Grace and on my insanity run. Truth be told, I took long enough trying to get around the chef. Oh, well that's inconvenient. That's literally exactly where I need to go. That's what we're looking for. Sanity run for speed run. This little jog up, so funny. Yeah, I do want to. It would be really fun trying to do an insanity run, but like without any help. I love doing those. Oh God. I'll take that. Take this. Oh my gosh, she's gonna be a problem. Supermarket. Trinkets. Oh my god. Oh my god. Don't you dare scream at me. I'm fragile right now. Okay, okay. Okay. Wah, wah. Hello? Oh. Who hit me? Who hit me? Oh, please don't hit me. Oh, it's my song! My fucking song! Oh, there it is. Okay. Look at that. What's this button do? Facebook part peak my. I was so fucking stressed doing that part. No, it would never. Oh god. Okay, okay. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here.
You got the shape.
Stinky man.
I deserve this.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Yeah, you do. Okay. Okay. I was so stressed. I'm pretty sure I did that in 2 streams, like 2 portions. So I got down there. Yeah, I got down there and it was like, no, it's gonna take you a while. I was like, okay. So I had to come back and do that afterwards. I was so stressful. I do love that portion of the game. Trinkets. A trinket box. Nice. Don't like that. Okay, we're just gonna do this one. I made a little joke with the picture of Grace and Emily at the end. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm fucking bleeding! I don't need nuts and bolts anymore. Holy shit, I didn't think she was that close to me. Anyways, I did make a joke at the end because I'm like, oh yeah, she's blind. But she got cured, so she was no longer blind. But she still was learning to exist after being blind. Yeah, picture of the camera. I said if anyone asks why he has the picture, she's gonna say, oh, that's my wife and daughter. Oh, that's just my wife and daughter. I feel like that's what Leon says. Of like, oh yeah, this is my Oh my god. Oh my god. This is my daughter and my granddaughter. Irritates me about that picture. Emily is still in the same dress. No, that's why I said it at the end of stream too. Cause like, did she? That's where. Ow! I fell down. Oh my god! Run, bitch, run! Fuck you! I missed. Okay, that's fair. No! Oh my god. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. That one? Give it to me. Not that room. okay, everything's fine. Anyways, went to Target and she found the same dress. It'd be so funny. But like, I remember saying that at the end because it's like, obviously she's not even blind to that part too, so she's been a while since they left. Oh my god. And my battery's running out. Oh, yeah. Where'd she fucking go? Did she go out the door? Oh, she went out the door. Okay. It's falling out. But it's so funny that she has the same dress on. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Then you gotta put your hands on your knees. Then you gotta make it beat up. Then you gotta chin back. Then do it in a handstand. Bop, bop, bop it in a handstand. Do it in a handstand. Mochi, I swear, you choose the worst place to lay. I don't think anybody is here. Okay. Dude, Leon is hot as fuck in that game, bro. He's so cute. I love him. Okay, so the last part is up here. Alright, I don't think it's gonna be up here again, but I want to see if there's any loot. Just kidding, the door's locked. Mochi, whatever it is, I swear to you, you cannot get it. Open! Nice gag. Nice gag. I concur. God, I love the yacht. I'm not gonna drink the rest of that. I would like to find one more big goop. Okay. Okay, so where does the red go? Up there. Mochi got up, so there must be a bird out there. Oh. There's so much space over here. Yeah, we're going up there. I'm not gonna touch your toes. You're fine. Oh my good heavens. Oh my good heavens. Oh my good heavens, where am I going? Oh, thank you for the boob. What? Somebody mad at me? Oh. I don't know why I look like that. I look so confused. He goes hunch over, shrimp it if you will. As soon as he gets Elpis, he sits there, he's like, damn, I feel good. I did not know he could run all the way up here. No, stuck in the ass hells. My lungs, they hurt. Me too, buddy, okay? Nothing special about you. Oh yeah, buddy, that's when you have asthma. You start running out of breath. Water. this. Oh god, we're getting fumigated. Use it back. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh my god. Hell yeah, that ain't bad. She's clean your other eye. I didn't get to clean that one yet. Oh, I'm sorry. I messed up your hair. Oh my good heavens. I think that's it for today. That was a good last one. That was a little stressful at the end. I made her full up. She flew up. I really do like the new trial. Spider. Man.
Yes.
Aye.
A wonderful performance. Willing to thrust your hand into the fire. Suffering is the cornerstone of greatness.
That's a choice of words there, sir. Oh my god! Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome! Bread. Konikis, thank you so much for the raid and everything. Hold on, hold on. Let me put myself in my sleep room. Bread invasion? I fucking love bread. Fucking love bread. Let me put myself in my little sleep room. Put myself in here.
Hello, Raiders. My name is Sarah.
I think I have to tap out the
I'm a variety gamer. We do mixed bag Mondays, family friendly Wednesdays, and Horrors Day. Or please join us on this wild ride we call life.
Trials. Trials is treating us. But welcome in, everybody. My name is Sarah. I play a lot of horror games. We love Resident Evil. We've been talking about that. Trials today have been, I mean, it's been going good. We just did 2 on intensive. I became an opera singer when I got really scared by Lilia. So it's going wonderful. Specifically pita bread. Ooh, hell yeah. Okay. But welcome in, Raiders. I don't know who that man was. Look back in time. Thank you, Kai. Thank you. How was your stream? I assume by that you might have been playing Trials as well. How did the Trials treat you, if so? I mean, it's going well. Did I get lost at all? No, but I left this eliminate. No. Oh my god. To face the Futtermans, I left that with 30 seconds left before I died. It was good and chaotic today. Hell yeah. Honestly, that seems about right with Outlast. That seems to be about how it goes. It's either like super smooth or it is the most chaotic time ever. Who the hell is this man inviting me to his group? No. No. But for anybody from the raid, welcome in, Raiders. If you guys need to go take care of yourself or anything, please do. That goes for you, Konikis. If you need to go take care of yourself since you did come from streaming, please do. If not, you're welcome to stay. I was gonna end, but now I'll do one more trial. I'm gonna do one more trial, one more for the day. And then I'll be done. And then we'll send you all to somebody else, probably. Oh man, do I do a full trial? How long did that take me to do? My earbud's like falling out of my ears. I'm almost out of water there too. About that, I'm out of water. I kind of want to do Silence the Idol. Silence the Idol is really fun. Now we're gonna run it back with Coil. I think we'll do 2 MKs depending on how long this does. We just did silence. Love it. Ooh. Wait, which? Oh, yes. I was like, what are the other ones in this? Silence is really fun. I was talking to my friends about it last night. I tend to get lost more in the NKs than the big trials. Because last night we did solve the murder. It took us an hour because we got confused about stuff, and now I realized it was super easy. But I also got stuck one time during stream in a trial for an hour with the reagent. We just chilled, and then I let them kill me. A bit harder on Psycho. The map itself is amazing. I do love the map. I'm gonna have to try it on Psycho Surgery. I haven't been playing on Psycho Surgery for a long time, so I'm curious to try it again.
Unlock the prison and release the guilty. Then we will forgive you.
I just imagine that, Doc, as you like cross your legs and you have your hands like folded in your lap, like best behavior. We blast a baby and we run it. I really want to. Man, what if I play Deadlock and I read? Put that there. Put that on my card. I also have a cat here, actually. For everybody new to the stream, we have a cat. Her name is Mochi. Oh no, you guys are too far outside. There we go. She has been choosing to lay in the most inconvenient places. I can't move her. Law of the cats. Can't move her. So she's sleeping there now. Let's go. Let her ride. Oh. Oh, we need to find my nuts. My little trinkets. I'm pretty sure this was... Oh. I really hate grabbing these immediately and then using it. Let's see if I can find some healing. I don't think I'll be able to. Speed. Okay, that was a bit dramatic. I don't want to die. I did die in one of them. I didn't mean to use that one, but too late. Why is there so much brick? I don't know, I just like... I hate not having my prescriptions. Is that my D key immediately? Okay, you know, we're gonna write it. We're gonna write it. We're gonna... That's some strong choice of word. A stun? In this economy? Take that. Let's ride. Let it ride. Should play College Row sometime. I didn't even need to go searching. Hold it down. Hold the lever down to open the gate. Thank you. I just can't speak English. I don't need that.
I got places that itch.
I didn't find my nuts though, bro. My nuts. I gotta stop saying it like that. Oh, my fucking nuts, dude. My nuts. I'm gonna leave this trial without finding all of my nuts. All of my trinkets. Oh, my trinkets. Should find 3 more. I'll do this. That's a barricade. I don't really need a barricade up at this point. I do have 1 stun. Is this time limit after I activate trial? Okay. Oh god, that scared me. The coil's right there. 3, 4. Got her. Oh, hey, Coil! You're a lot closer than I expected. Hey, is there a box for my trinkets? Okay, you know, we're just fine. It's fine. No, it's fine. I just won't deliver my trinkets. I can deliver my trinkets. I'm not delivering my trinkets. That's a man. I love this. I love this trial. I'm gonna leave with trinkets in my hand. Leave the trial immediately. What if I don't want it? What if I want to stay here? I really don't want to. I don't like Coil. Can I drop any trinkets off in here? More trinkets! My trinket deliveries. Oh, I could have delivered my trinkets. Oh my god. That was a little bit personal. So I'm gonna do another MK. I do like that one. That one seems to be really fast. Because that's the one that I ran it back in 3 minutes too, because I got invaded and then I started panicking. I was like, no, no, no. No, 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 no. I'm getting the fuck out of here. I do have the reagent invasions off, but I thought those were really fun. I just started relying on solely my stun, and so then it was kind of sad. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna bully the reagents, and I did, and then they left. I felt bad. It was 2 against 1 one time, and I just kind of bullied them a little bit because I was trying to get my shit done. I was like, stun. I cast stun. The image of Eminem, but throwing, and it's instead of a brick, it's a stun. They did not like.
Phenomenal.
And I said, oopsie,
I
sorry.
barely recognize the pitiful, broken human garbage that crawled into this facility. You are getting better.
That didn't seem kind of nice. That didn't seem nice at all, sir. Okay, what else? Gotta love. Candy? Excuse me. These following items are strictly prohibited in the sleep room. Cigarettes, candy, caffeinated beverages, alcohol, outside food. How am I getting outside food in? Unauthorized hygiene products. I can't bring my candy in? I can't bring my outside food? Who's bringing in pizza? Did somebody like order pizza to the front door of the facility? I got her hand and her crown. Okay. That wasn't that bad. Was I unintensive? I was. Okay. I mean, it's really just Coil. Do I want to do a full trial? We can try to do Silence the Idol again. I just know that I'll take some time. I'm gonna stand though. Sorry, Mochi, you're rising up. Nope, wait, too short. I hate Franco Bambino, but I could do his trial. I do like it. Yeah, you gotta put... Do it in a handstand. Could... Oh, where are you going, ma'am? Okay. There you go. Okay. The child is contemplating. What are the maximum trauma? Rid cooldown just doesn't exist. Less inventory space? What do you mean? I only have 3 slots. No intel, extra barricaded trapdoors. That's fucked because we're going in with having to scavenge. I almost want to do one of these. What time is it? 58. I probably shouldn't. What to do? Eliminate the legacy because I like that one. I hate Franco Bambino, but that one's fun. This one gets a pass. Oh, it's that one skin. She got a snatch waist. Has a little corset and everything. I'm just a clown. I love my clown fit. He for sure was a Christmas outfit, but it's a clown. I'm just a little guy. Just a little elf. That's all. Just a little elf. Maybe I just grab some snacks and continue streaming. Who knows? I need to take this bracelet off though.
Think of yourself as a spider, building a trap to ensnare the future. You will be adrift in history, waiting for some poor fly to shake your web.
I don't like spiders, sir. What's on this playlist? What's good? Oh, 180 BPM? No invite to Outlast. I don't think anybody wants to outlast these trials. What other BPMs do we have here? Okay, that's Last Resort. I do like Hose Depressed. Okay, everybody. Hose Depressed. And we are running a bit. Rad. I might just turn myself into a krill, but we'll see. I really wanted to turn myself into a krill when I screamed like that in fucking Lilia's trial. She scared the shit out of me. She scared me so bad that I turned into an opera singer. You just sound like Ryan? What are you doing with Matt? Well, honestly, I'm just doing this for funs. I won't lie. I can't see. I know, I just like playing. There is the grind of like, oh, getting like a little event stuff done, but I don't really care. Knowing me, I'll play more of this off stream anyways. Wait, but where can I put my little trinkets? You have a trinket box for me here? None? Okay, what do we got? What do we got? Is that the fucking exhaust? God, I've never gotten that one before. That has to be that one. That was, I've never seen that one and the jumper cable. Oh.
Please proceed.
Okay. Getting the fuck out of here. Oh yeah. Oh wait, I'm on intensive. I just like playing. And I am a bit of every day I understand Markiplier more and more. I'm not a masochist. I just want to see how much I can handle. Good enough. Hey, where are my trinket the collectors? Trinket. Oh, bomb. Pose. Get pressed. I take my medicine. Please let me in. Please let me in. Not what I wanted. I miss those days. I miss Unis Honest. Are you okay? Did you just send me a notification saying you're streaming with so many people?
Twitch has just sent me a notification saying Sarah's comic is streaming with over 70 people. Come help with that spike.
Huh. Okay, Twitch. Are you trying to be a hype man, Twitch? I never knew they sent out those types of notifications. Oh, a Bambino! Oh my god, a Bambino! I didn't even see what fucking image it was. Vanish this. I'm still standing, but at what cost? I didn't expect Bambino to come out like that. It's 2026, Bambino. You can come out. Okay, Chinky Bro. Oh my god. Oh my fucking back.
Who's being shy? Smile for me. Think I can't?
I don't think you can, but the Jaeger for sure can. Is he fucking crying? What a fucking baby. You wouldn't hit a fucking baby. Yes, I would. Oh my god. Where am I? Oh, trinket collectors. First time watching play. Oh my god, since feeling like a little kid. After all this time. Oh my god, I forgot I'm like fucking literally dying. Trinket? Okay. Okay, go up here. Okay, I have to do this fast. Can the Jaeger get through that little door? Please don't be banner, please don't be banner. Oh, you fucking shit ass. Okay, gasolina. Gasolina. Standing. I need more battery, but I need more health. That one room had a lot of lockpicks. We're gonna get that. You know, this is what I get. This is what I get. I say, oh, we're gonna do one more. We're gonna do one more. It's fine. It's fine. You know, it's fine. It's fine. It's not fine anymore. Where is Jaeger? Okay, Jaeger's there. Bambino's fucking right there. Noted? Guessing we got a raid? Oh, yes. Don't get too distracted. Don't get too distracted. Where did the Jaeger go? Hey, y'all. The Jaeger was on that side. I thought the Jaeger was on the other side of the building. You didn't hear anything, Mr. Bambino. Hey, so actually, Bambino, you're gonna hear a really loud noise.
Something I can milk around here.
I'm sorry, I'm waking a baby. Okay, I didn't mean it. Oh my god, a woman.
I've gone to bed, so now I can watch Sarah.
Gasolina. Get the fucking trinkets! Hey, I can open this. Okay.
Help having a sweet tooth.
You ain't getting nothing of this, buddy. There ain't nothing sweet here for ya. Oh, that's a lovely little dissection. Okay. Oh, lockpick. I do want one of those. I don't know where Jaeger went. I hope. Okay. Not what I needed anyways. What do you got? Sure, I'll take that. Where's Leon? Literally, Leon! Leon, please. Please, Leon. Just take that. Gasolina. Hello? Bueno? Okay, Mochi, I won't lie. I love you. But right now, might not be the time. Oh my god, don't kick me! Mochi just kicked me, bro. She just like kicked my foot because I was touching her. She walked up to me. Me. Oh yes, I did really good on that last MK. Let's do another one on intensive. It's fine. I'm goated. I am goated, but not with the sauce anymore, bro. Please don't turn this way. He fucking turned this way. Is the Jaeger still around? I think the Jaeger's gone at least. Okay, maybe don't go over there. No. Okay. What are you? Door. Go to with the sauce. Let's go.
Please proceed.
Oh, baby, no! My fucking back. Oh. Bro, they're fucking beating me up. I mean, at least that one didn't hurt that much, but like, what's this one? Honestly, actually, I think I need this one more. Okay. Take that. Sorry, ma'am. Just running through. Literally, don't mind me. I think I might actually. No, I'll use the other one. I'll use this one when it gets closer. Good for you. You have a condition. I have one too. It's called stupidity. I love the song. Yeah. Exhaust. Is there one in here? I just jumped straight up. What is slap on the table? I don't know. You should test it out. Or I can test it out. I have a lot of points. I'm about to blow up. Ew.
If you guys ever try, slap that prime on the table like a big fucking cock. Show everybody that you have a big fucking dick today and slap that prime on the fucking table right now.
So I feared that I heard a Franco Bambino in that moment. I did. I do not. I know, right, baby. I know. Yeah. Stop it down. Stop it down. Oh my god. What?
Let me show you something.
If you guys ever try,
My
slap
headphones
that
just did
prime
a
on the
noise.
table like a big fucking cock. Show everybody
My
that you have
headphones
a big
just-
fucking dick today and
just
slap
beeped at
that
me.
prime on the fucking table right now.
A lot of holes around here.
Why did I take that off? I can't see because.
Get back here! I'm gonna fuck that exit! Fuck you!
You're reloading.
Somebody got
He wasn't
that
reloading.
fucking code.
He shot immediately. Anyways. Oh, the points are nothing? Nah, that's why I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute, I can use it. I have a shit ton of points. I fucking wonder what. Did I do enough nuts? I did. They took all of my nuts. Exhaust? Fuck. Battery. Am I? Oh, I'm out of breath. I was like, why can't I see? SpongeBob quote, you get the old and trusty, me hoy minyoy. Me hoy minyoy. Okay, so we've done that one. Have I done this one? Okay, that's a door. Okay. What are you gonna do? Fucking hit me? It's exactly what you're... Not stubbing my toes on that. I'm gonna trip and fall. Can I go downstairs? Oh, thank God I can't. Hey, somebody's appearing right there. Oh God. Oh God. Oh, fuck me. Look at... Oh, toes! That seemed very absurd of me to jump through the... No! Wrong way. I'm so glad I reacted calmly. Stop making this stream. Oh! No! Oh my God! My fucking face! Oh my God! I'm falling. Oh my God! That was so rude. What's that? Oh my God! Nuts! Another box for me trinkets. Oh my God, stop coming closer to me, ma'am. What is he doing? Did I collect all the trinkets? I'm pretty sure I did. Bambino, I don't care about you right now. Hey, what's that? What do you got? What do you got? A stun rig. I really want that. Give me that. Give me that. Politely and kindly, Twitch, stop changing it for a Kodiak, please. Or I'll bite your ankles. Can I jump through that window? No, I can't. There's a man behind there. Oh, I can't put my trinkets here. Oh. Please don't touch me, ma'am. I'm just gonna... Oh. Please, I'm just... Okay. Okay. So... Car door. Where is the last one? Gas pedal. Gas pedal. Bottle. Oh, over here. It's the last one that I couldn't find last time too. It's in there. I hear Bambino and his fucking heavy ass breathing. Exactly what I needed.
3 targets remaining.
What are you now? Wheel. Wale. Don't need that anymore. I probably do. Door. The D-O-R-E. The door. 77k points? Yeah, I don't really... Oh my god. I don't really have a lot of redeems. I kind of want to do some more like sound redeems.
Something extra.
But I don't know. What do the people demand? What do the people want? What would be funny for the peoples? It's an exhaust. So glad it didn't hit her head. I need more heart. I will continue to use this. Oh my god. Oh my god, get through the door! Oh. Fuck you. I will just go acquire some more hearts then. Oh my god. What the fuck was he doing there? I gotta stop jumping through windows like that. I would like to find a stamina. What are gonna make a baby? I'm gonna hit him. I'm gonna throw bricks at you. That's what I'll fucking do.
Climb right into your belly. Get all warm and wet. This is beneath me.
Oh, get off me! You're gonna stay right through.
What a fucking freak. What a fucking freak. I love throwing bricks at Franco Bambino. I don't know why I lose his full name. Barbie. Is that what I need? No, that's a door. That's a D-O-R-E. Oh, it's an enemy. Okay, excuse me, pardon me. No, it's just, I shouldn't stand still. I was just very appalled about why that song was there. Oh, because I'm playing on this playlist. We're just gonna keep on walking. We're just gonna keep on walking. Not the one I need. It's Luffy. I hope one day somebody... It's the fucking wheels on the bus. Ow! My back! That's locked? Ooh, fucking... Oh, 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 I've made my mistake. I made a grave mistake. Oh my god. Why am I running into everybody? Oh my god, and Bambino? What's in here? A battery? Not what I need, but you know, I can hide in here. Jesus Christ. Ooh, what's that? A brick. A brick? That's a bottle. I think I'm stupid. I miss Deadlock. Just leave my heart there really quick. Oh, that's fine. I literally just need one more. Oh. I did think that there was a lot of healing here, but didn't think I was right. I hope that's not who I thought it was. In the nearest, the literal closest house.
Please proceed.
Can I throw this at her? Fuck you. I really want to see if I can find stamina. I guess not. Let's see if there's one in here. Let's just make it safe in here. Let's just close this door. I have some time anyways. If I have to, I can hide. Oh yeah, Because they gave me nothing. I mean, or I could just stun him and run. No, I just do that. On that side? No. No, I want to save this. I'm just gonna hide here. Let me cats when they. Oh my god. Oh my god, stand. Run. Ow, my back. I didn't bob and weave. I did not bob and weave. I don't know why I bobbed and weaved so intensely that time. I'm so out of breath. Oh, I had a... Somebody behind me? Okay. 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 It's fine. We're fine. I do have a bottle, so I'm gonna use it immediately. Okay, what is it? What is it? Battery? Battery. One. You're Stinky Man.
Please proceed.
Where's Mr. Bambino? Fuck you. Fucking, I cast fuck you. Can I? Da 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 da. Okay, that's it. I did it. I forget what the song sounded like. Yay! And now we can go hear nice things from Easterman. I actually kind of want the clown one. Hold on, Court Jester. I'll turn that down now. Now we can actually hear my thoughts. Oh, he's gonna tell nice night things. Yeah.
I said jump, and you jumped. But what I need is somebody who, when I say jump,
high.
says how high.
Fucking hates me.
How high?
I've relapsed once, Easterman. Okay, you're losing it. Allow me to bring in outside food. Allow me to get pizza. In the sleep room. Please, Mr. Easterman. Please. I guess I should use the other eggs. That's kind of cool. Let me spend my raviolis. Not there. Spend my raviolis. Ravioli. Give me the, formiolis. Okay, I can finish this and then get that next time. I like the room I have right now, though, so it's fine. Okay. Exit game. That's it for today. I almost hit the krill button. For everybody here now, I can just hit the krill myself and turn myself into a krill. Which is quite fun, and I do quite like it. Like, just be a krill. I'm gonna see if I can drop you off somewhere. I would like to, since there's so many of you. Spread around the little love. Let me not become a krill. Let me not leave you guys as a krill. Let's see. Is there anybody I'm following who's live? Dude, I was looking at the Tamagotchi, new Tamagotchi game, and I really want it. Ooh, Level and Pixie's playing. Oh, she's playing Village. Grimshire. Oh my god, Moo Clover. I fucking love Moo. She's so funny. I love a cow. I love me a good cow, bro. There's a lot of people live right now. Let's see about who's playing Outlast. Let's do same category. Maybe Tomodachi live. Skip out on live it. I mean, that's fair. You've talked a lot about the Tamagotchi Tomodachi life. So I think that would be a good choice. Oh god, I have to actually like look through these. Let's see. They're doing a whole bunch of people there. I mean, when in doubt, I'll probably drop off to a friend if I don't find anybody. In trials? Does she have the pretty skin that I like? I love her hair. It's so funny trying to find somebody to raid to. I think I really like her hair color. So we're gonna go over here. Oh, thank you for the follow, Frankie. Thank you, thank you. It is the end of stream. I do need to go eat. We do have stream tomorrow, so we'll be streaming Resident Evil Revelations 2. With our lovely little bear, as long as everything goes plans. If not, we'll just play more Resident Evil or something else. I have other horror games to play. But other than that, that is the end of stream. I'm gonna do a little raid to this lovely little person. I'm looking at the
Welcome to the end. Remember, you are loved.
Yes.
You are valued. You deserve respect. Please hydrate and rest well. You
do this
all
one.
deserve the world.
This is for anybody who does have emotes. Do this. This girl has really pretty hair. That's my judgment. It's pink. Okay, I'm biased. I love pink. I'm gonna take you over there. I can't take it. It's okay. That's how I dive too. It's fine. Thank you all for being here. Thank you so much. Let me go back so I don't butcher names. Thank you, Kona Kiss, for the raid today, as well as everybody who joined with the raid and everything. I'm gonna raid out and send you guys to somebody else. I don't know who this person is. Seems quite lovely. I like her hair. It's pink. It's very pretty. They're also playing Outlast Trials, so we're gonna drop you over there. Might as well. Other than that, I'll be back tomorrow. Let me actually get to the things I need to. Bye-bye from here. I'll be back tomorrow with Resident Evil, so we'll have fun time then. But other than that, please have a good rest of your day, everybody. I will see you tomorrow. And other than that, take care, stay hydrated, and stay well. Bye-bye.